Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership. A commitment to excellence. Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership, a commitment to excellence.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to Revolution.Aero Global 2021. We're delighted to have over 1,000 people joining us for the next 3 days for some really fascinating topics. Before we start, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Sol1, Aerotech, Hyundai, Pillsbury, Wheels Up, BAE Systems, MSC Software, Shackelford, Whyte & Case, and Whisk.
Thanks so much for joining us for what looks set to be a fascinating 3 days. We're delighted to have our first speaker today, is also the first speaker we had at the last face-to-face Revolution.Aero conference way back in 2019 in San Francisco. And we're now going to hand over to Kenny Dichter from Wheels Up and on why Wheels Up wants to lead the revolution. guest needs no introduction. Kenny Dichter, founder of Wheels Up. He was behind the launch of Marquis Jet and, of course, Wheels Up. We last saw him in 2019 on the stage at San Francisco, where he announced the acquisition of Avianis, a flight management platform. What have you been up to in the last 2 years?
The last 2 years have been great, Ali. 2019, we were on the stage over at CJI Aero, San Francisco, and we announced our Avianis acquisition, which software cloud-based and enables us to help third-party operators show us real-time availability and feasibility, key to our marketplace business. We did a round of capital in August 2019 with T. Rowe Price, Fidelity, and Franklin Templeton, some blue chip investors that are long-termers. We did the Delta private jet and Delta marketing deal there. That was an off-market deal we did with Ed Bastian. As you know, we did the Gamma Signature deal. Exciting to see GIP and Blackstone come in and take Signature off the public markets, and KKR in Atlantic. So exciting that strong money is coming into our space. Lastly, of course, TMC and largest floating fleet of light jets in America, and then Mountain Aviation in early 2021. So really, really exciting last 2 years. And ultimately, that culminated with us announcing a SPAC merger with Aspirational Consumer Lifestyle, ASPL. We announced that early February. Ravi Therkin, their chairman, LVMH, he was 20 years LVMH, the founder of L Capital, spent a lot of time in LVMH leadership over in Asia, which was a huge draw to us doing that deal and SPAC mergering with Aspirational.
And when you launched, people associated Wheels Up with King Airs and operating King Airs. Now, if you look at the investor presentation, you're much more of a tech company, aren't you?
Yeah, I would say, look, everybody has to start somewhere, and we needed to build trust. We needed to build a brand. You know, doing that King Air deal with Textron Aviation was the right move for us to make at that point in time to establish a business that, again, you know, coming from Marquis and NetJet, as you mentioned in the opening, I wanted to set up a business that was more Netflix than NetJets, hence a tech firm. And you know, ultimately, we spent 5 years building a great membership, King Air Excel 10 program. But like Amazon, you know, we are clearly looking to be the everything store of private aviation. And you can't do that. You can't be a marketplace without very, very strong tech. And ultimately, as the business becomes more asset light, more tech enabled, more second and third party, you know, ultimately, you know, Wheels Up will be viewed as a tech firm.
But to become a marketplace, your suppliers, in this case, other operators, whether they're helicopter operators, business jet operators, or VTOL operators, have to also have tech that allows them to integrate with you. Are you finding that there's an appetite for that in what's often seen as traditional industries?
Yeah, I think that our industry, in a lot of ways, private aviation, both fixed wing and rotor, you know, we're sort of last to the tech party and last to the marketplace party. The good news is the Airbnbs, the bookings.coms, and even if you look at Uber, you know, the Uberization of the car business, I think that, you know, our business is still in the garage to garage pricing, you know, model in certain respects. You have a lot of analog brokers, and there's some great ones out there. But ultimately, people want to hit three buttons, like when they're ordering a pizza, alley, or when they're, you know, they're booking an Uber, an Airbnb. And I think if you can give people real-time availability, efficiency, safety, you take out the mystique of private aviation. I think the addressable market, leveraging technology, is 10, 20, 50 times as big as it is today. And of course, technology enables you to do buy the seat, which is a great byproduct, and or sharing of flights, which really opens up that TAM, gets more people involved in our space.
I like this taking out the mystique from private aviation, but a lot of companies are based on that mystique.
Yeah, I think that, you know, listen, mystique is good for business in certain cases. If people don't have absolute transparency. They don't have true price discovery. And if we can make things more transparent and less opaque, I think there's a demystification play. I think, I look at adjacencies, Ali, too, with our brand Wheels Up, we believe that we have permission, and our members and our customers are looking for us to demystify other spaces like the yacht space, which is as mysterious. I don't even know where all the yachts are in the world, and I'm supposed to know everything about luxury and about, what our membership is looking to do. I think about the high-end villa space. There's a lot of different opaque spaces out there that if Wheels Up can, make those more transparent, make them more user-friendly, connect buyer and seller in the most pure way you can do that, I think there's a huge business for us out there in the future.
So you're one of Textron Aviation's biggest customers. You recently announced, I don't know how to describe it, a sort of memorandum of understanding with Bell to look at eVTOL. How does that work?
Yeah, well, we look at all the eVTOL startups and some of the SPAC mergers that are happening in the eVTOL space. Clearly a very exciting space. We're not going to give an inch to anybody. Anything that flies, that has the safety and has the sort of the customer. If the customer is looking for it, we want to be in business. And Scott Donnelly, who we did our original King Air business with, I think about Bell Helicopter and its history, 80 years of vertical lift, creator of the Osprey, thousands of engineers. And then I think about some of the eVTOL players coming up. And again, nobody respects entrepreneurs like I do. But if I had to put my chips behind somebody to create a commercial certifiable eVTOL down the road, we start with VTOLs in our memorandum of understanding or our press release. And then we went on CNBC together, Scott and I. Scott talked about what we can do today, which may be 407s, Bell 407s, Bell 429s. Perhaps there's a hybrid where there's some electrification and some traditional fuel. Maybe it's plant-based, maybe it's traditional Jet A. And then, of course, the eVTOL space. And again, I'm of the school that's more 7 to 10 years out than 2 to 3 or 3 to 5 in terms of actually flying people. And then, of course, autonomous in the eVTOL space, maybe 10 to 15 years out when that can happen. But the net is we're going to be there. Anything that our customer wants and needs, we're going to be ahead of that. And our technology, Avianis, also equipped to handle vertical lift on its platform. So operators and owners of VTOL, hybrid, and eVTOL will be folks that we can enable with our technology. And to answer your question, Ali, from a few minutes ago, the operator community is looking for quality, premium priced demand. And if Wheels Up can bring them that demand, I would say, Ali, the restaurants like the Open Table app, which is you want your reservation, you want your inventory, which are your tables, filled in real time. Let Open Table take care of it, and they'll deliver software. That's what we're going to do for our space.
Although Open Table doesn't own restaurants, and you do have operators of your own.
Yeah, I mean, look, we started our business in a first-party way. We talked about the King Air and leasing in some Excels and 10s. I'm proud of the first-party business we built, because we wouldn't have a brand and we wouldn't have that good faith and credit, that trust that comes along with the first-party business. But when I think about the future, I think about second-party. So, Ali, you have an airplane, or somebody has an airplane or a helicopter, an eVTOL. We'll manage that asset for you in our second-party business. When you need it, we'll service you. When you don't need it, we want that scheduling control to be able to support our marketplace. But the biggest piece of our business today by number of planes is we have 1,200 safety vetted and verified third-party aircraft that are owned and operated and managed by others. They just have to work with our safety team to be up to the safety standards of Wheels Up, and they can be on our marketplace. And just for scope, we have 170 O&O, owned and operated airplanes. We have 170 rough managed airplanes, and we have 1,200 plus safety vetted and verified third-party airplanes. Over time, the business will become more third-party.
Okay, we've got lots of questions from audience, but let's just pick on two. One is Wheels Up interested in investing in aviation tech startups?
Well, I would say, Wheels Up, and again, Ali, post-transaction, which would be, it's scheduled now for a July 13th closing with a New York Stock Exchange. By the way, Ali, UP, we have a 2-letter symbol. I hope that we make the full private aviation industry proud with UP on the New York Stock Exchange. We'll be the first private aviation company listed on a major exchange. So we're really proud of that. And ultimately, for everybody out there or all the tech startups that are here, invest, partner, joint venture. We're going to be open for the whole spectrum of things that we can do with tech startups. I say the same for, operators that do things in a special way, or anybody that's really strategic to the big vision, which is to build and be the winner take most player, global digital marketplace for private aviation.
Another question from the audience, and you've already touched on this, and it's how would you finance VTOLs? You're not necessarily looking to own them yourself, are you?
No, we're not looking to own VTOL, hybrid, or eVTOL, but as you know, Ali, we're always willing to put, some vehicles on the balance sheet to demonstrate how this works and how it can be done. We would work on that in partnership with Scott Donnelly and Bell Textron as it relates to getting started. But the big business for us is second party. We'll manage your asset and you can use it as you see fit. We can put it into our marketplace when you're not using it. But bigger than that, in the eVTOL space, I see a massive third party. Folks are going to own these eVTOLs regionally, and we're going to be able to feed our Wheels Up demand. That's really what we're great at, Ali, is demand aggregation, demand generation, and ultimately, to support our asset right meets asset light model, which again, marketplaces don't need to own the assets. We just need to make sure these are super safe and super vetted so that our customer can get a great experience.
You've we've talked about launching Marquee and we've talked about launching Wheels Up, but you've also launched and invested in other industries. Why do you keep coming back to aviation?
Ali, that's a great question. I'm an entrepreneur, as you know, by definition and by trade. It's what I do. But I would say, look, like the Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur, I have aviation in my blood. When we had the first 10 years of my private aviation run, Ali, it's now 20 years ago that I got that handshake from Richard Santulli, pioneer of our industry, created fractional jet ownership, and of course, Warren Buffett, arguably one of the top people ever to lace him up in the business world. You get a bug for it. Ultimately, it's a passion for me. I never feel like I'm actually going to work. I feel like I'm going to my studio and painting a canvas. And in the 2 years in between Marquis Jet, where I served as vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway's NetJet, putting Marquis and NetJet together, and the founding of Wheels Up in August 2013, I missed it. It was in my blood, and I couldn't drive from A to B and not pull over at the private airport and watch the planes take off. So at the end of the day, I know how Orville and Wilbur felt about private flight, and in a certain way, they took off in December 17th, 1903. It's a new, fresh, happening business, only 117, 118 years old, and it's my passion. It's what I love. You've
been really good at attracting investors. As everyone sees you as a sales and marketing genius, which you are, but you're also been very good at finding investors and attracting them. What advice would you give to startups trying to get investors into aviation, which is not a widely understood industry?
Yeah, I think ultimately, I would say to everybody out there, especially people that are looking to partner with investors and with capital, is you have to be a great fiduciary, meaning you really have to worry about their capital and their returns before you worry about anything to do with you and your returns. So I think that you really have to have your priorities straight. And if you're going to take outside capital, you got to make sure that you take care of them just like you take care of your your customers at 35,000 feet. I also say that you have to look for the right investor for the right opportunity, and you have to have chemistry with those folks. You don't want somebody that's going to invest in you that's going to be wavering about whether they should have invested or they shouldn't have invested. You know, I like to say that my investors are believers. They're not just investors. They believe in us, and they believe in our vision, and they believe in our staff. They believe in our pilots, and they believe in what we can do. And I think if somebody has belief, you know, one person, one man, one woman with belief is stronger than 100,000 people with just interest. So, you know, I would say to everybody who's looking for investment, find folks that believe in you and believe in your plan.
Gosh, that's almost philosophical there. Kenny, when you spoke on stage at Revolution.Aero almost 2 years ago, the sector wasn't as exciting for many investors. Since then, we've seen, you know, we talked about the signature deal, we've talked about the landmark deal. There's obviously the money you've raised and your proposed merger, and we've seen others out there. Is that good for the industry? Or some people are worried that...
It's not good for the industry, Ali. It's great for the industry. When you have this type of money, blue chip money, looking to invest in our space, whether it's infrastructure funds like Blackstone, GIP, KKR, whether it's very entrepreneurial money coming in via SPAC, whether it's, you know, family office money that's choosing this sector to invest in, it's not good, it's great. We cheer on every deal that's rational, that gets done or gets announced, and we're rooting for everybody to do well. A high tide rises all ships. And again, it's our job, Ali, this is 20 years now for Kenny Dichter and Wheels Up. We feel like it's our job to lead. And again, I think that, you know, if you look at the money and you see the velocity of investment that's happening in our space, I would say I don't think it's good, I think it's great.
And that velocity of investment also speeds up the change in the industry. So it's probably safe to say it will look very different in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I would say this, Ali, I've been around now 20. I would say it'll look very different in 5 to 7 years, 8 to 10 years. I do think that you're going to see a lot of advances. I think you're going to see more consolidation in the next couple of years. So maybe the landscape will look different in the next 2 or 3 from a consolidation perspective. I think technology 3 to 4, 3 to 5 is really going to change how this space operates and how people move their assets around. And I think you're going to see much greater utility and much greater efficiency, which will bring pricing on certain days, dynamically priced private aviation. I think it's going to bring it to a lot more people. I think this game, like every other game, is how can technology ladder this business up? And I think this business is ripe, and we're going to lead. You know, Aviana's critically important, but we just hired Greg Greeley. Greg was 18 years on Jeff Bezos' hip at Amazon. He created Amazon Prime. He's now the chairman of our marketplace, our quarterback of marketplace. Vinayak Hegde worked 12 years at Amazon, worked at Airbnb with Greg. Greg was president of Airbnb. Vinayak ran it with him. These two individuals, they're ensuring that we can look at this business with global scale. They want to digitize and automate every aspect of the business from the front end to the back end. You know, when I look at what Bezos has executed at Amazon, again, he's gone from books, which would be analogy or analogous to our King Air. He's clearly become the everything store. Wheels Up started with King and membership. Ali, we're going to pivot. We're in the pivot. Digital marketplace, the everything store of private aviation.
The one headwind that faces aviation is sustainability. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I love all the action in the electrification space. I think it's a great response to the sustainability question. You know, Delta Airlines, our deep partner, was involved in our press release when we talked about what we could do with Bell Textron. More to come. You're seeing airlines lean into plant-based fuels. I love the SAF and the breakthroughs that are happening on cleaner fuels. I think that, inclusion, when I think about sustainability, I also think about inclusion. Our space, we hired Stephanie Chung, as you know, as our chief growth officer. We want everybody invited to the party, in terms of, all groups, not just the traditional private aviation, sort of head of household, head of business. We want to open this up to everybody. So I think that's a big piece of forward great action for our space to be more inclusive, and Wheels Up wants to take a leadership position there. Of course, sustainability is critically important. And then, people ask me about governance and just making sure that things are in order. Admiral Mike Mullen, who ran the Joint Chiefs for President Obama and President Bush, has been on our board really since day one, and he stepped up. He's running governance and our nominating committee when we go public. So I think we're putting all the pieces together here to handle everything in the ESG space, and ESG is critically important to Wheels Up, all aspects.
Bezos obviously is very famous for space. Is that a next frontier for Wheels Up?
I would say that Wheels Up would probably look at space travel as a third-party business for us. So I could say, Jeff, you can count on us. We'll sell the seats on your rocket. Mr. Branson, I had a little spot of tea with him pre-COVID. He was talking to me about Virgin Galactic. We can sell seats on your vehicles. Elon, if you're going to Mars, we can sell seats. That's what Wheels Up does. We're demand aggregators, and if they can pass, which I'm confident that they can pass our safety vet and verify when it's time, we'll be in business with all three.
Although the empty legs from Mars might be a problem. Kenny Dichter, thank you so much. Hi, and welcome back to Revolution.Aero. We're delighted to have more than 1,000 people joining us. It's staggering, more than we ever had in San Francisco. Great introduction there from Kenny Dichter at Wheels Up. And one of the topics Kenny touched upon was safety. And so we're delighted now to have two eVTOL pioneers, Ben Tigner from Overair and Josh Aronoff from Overair. They're going to take us through what Overair is doing and also their very cool design, Butterfly. So Ben and Josh, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, Alasdair.
Hi,
great to see you. Thanks for having us. It's a treat to be on.
It's awesome having you. Ben, you've got a really cool aviation career. Do you want to start by outlining it to everyone?
Sure. So I came into aviation through a very strange, circuitous path. I was a physicist for my early life, and I got a pilot's license, and I fell in love. And halfway through my physics training, I walked across campus and started chatting up the aeronautics professors, and just fell in love with what they were doing and started getting involved. I met Abe Karam, who was the inventor of the Predator, and started getting involved in his projects early on, and got swept into this amazing technology development, leading to some fantastic vertical lift propulsion technology that we're now using as the basis for Butterfly.
And Josh, yours is also quite cool because you're one of the first, I think, to move over from commercial aerospace.
Yeah, so unfortunately I met Abe a little later, but I joined from commercial leasing and aircraft finance. Before that, I was a lawyer at a firm called Cravath in New York, and I'm also passionate about aviation, so I found my way back to the most exciting space I could.
And the exciting thing is we're now seeing some of your former colleagues getting excited about the space, so we're waiting for the Overair orders.
Exactly. I may have made the phone call.
Ben, we're going to talk about safety, which is clearly the fundamental thing that governs all aviation and has done for more than 100 years. What's your views on eVTOL safety compared to commercial aerospace?
Yeah, no, that's a really important question. Obviously, it's a very, very big topic. It's an interesting time for the eVTOL industry because none of the players in eVTOL yet have a product that is out there in the world. We are all in a formative stage. We are all coming to understand what safety means in the context of our aircraft. I think that a lot of people across the industry are making really good progress in what they're doing. I think, like a lot of people across the industry, see safety in the context of, four interlinked elements. There's community acceptance. There's a regulatory ecosystem, and these are all tightly interlinked with each other. There's aircraft design elements of each specific product, and there's the operational safety element, which is, I think, the conventional airline industry really is very, very focused on operational safety because the products exist, the products are mature, and they are trying to optimize the nth degree of safety out of the operation of the product. In the eVTOL industry, we are very, very early days. We're way back at trying to figure out what makes these products safe. What are the things that we need to learn about the operating environment to fold into the vehicle design? Those are all things that are ahead of us. I am, very cognizant of the fact that the flying public has come to demand nothing less than perfection in safety. It's an expectation that's been fueled by, the fantastic safety track record of airlines over the last many years. But the thing is that track record didn't just happen, right? It happened after 100 years of effort and thousands of people trying hard to make it happen. Kenny in the last session mentioned, the Wright brothers 117 years ago. We've come a long way in the airline industry, and we've learned a huge number of lessons over many years. And it's unfortunate that not all of those lessons translate directly to this new mode of transportation, eVTOL. This is a whole new world that we're entering, and there are a lot of lessons that we're going to have to learn over again in the context of these airplanes in this environment. I am really impressed that across the industry, people are coming together in a very, very collaborative way to work with the FAA and with all the different elements of the certification ecosystem. People we're in aviation, there's sort of this unwritten rule that we don't compete with each other on safety, and that's really, really important. We all have to work very collaboratively to make the entire travel ecosystem as safe as possible. And any lesson that I learn, I'm going to try to broadcast it so that everyone else can benefit from that lesson. And the FAA has a wonderful self-reporting system where, no harm, no foul, no blame. If I tell you a mistake that I learned about, then they're going to be able to incorporate that into their data records, and then everyone will benefit from that. And we need to continue that. And I think the eVTOL industry has lined up in a direction that is, I think, very collaborative on safety and in maturing the regulatory and environment that that will lead us all into safety. I think that we all have to be very, very cognizant, and I think most people are, that the actions of any one company that result in safety problems are going to reflect poorly on the entire industry. So it's incumbent on all of us to support each other in trying to maintain the very, very highest standards.
That's a great message, and it is a concern because there is a race to be out there and be first at the moment, and the operational safety is very hard to work on though until you launch.
Yes, it is. I mean, we have a mission to have as many flight hours on the platform as we possibly can before we begin carrying passengers. And there's going to be all kinds of trials and demonstrations and establishing confidence in the system. Certainly, as our peers who are going after FAA certification, we are building into the system substantial levels of redundancy in all the different systems. So it's not component failures, system failures that I think are the concerns. The concerns are about, we're proposing to put small airplanes into an environment where small airplanes do not spend a lot of time right now. And it's a different environment than what small airplanes are used to. They're going to encounter substantial unexpected elements, and traditional small airplanes are not really especially well equipped to deal with, the kinds of gusts and wind shears and turbulence around buildings and network delays and, someone's on my landing pad, so I just need to loiter for another 5 minutes. Traditional small airplanes are not especially good at doing those things. And so it's really, really important that all of the vehicle OEMs build substantial access capability into their vehicles so that they can handle those kinds of situations.
Josh, how do you take the considerations about safety and factor them into the design of your vehicle?
Sure. So I think it's glaringly obvious to all of us that community and rider acceptance are necessary conditions for everyone's commercial success. No safety, no market. So as Ben was saying, we've chosen to design significant power and maneuverability margins into Butterfly. So like commercial jets, we see Butterfly as an economically productive workhorse that lots of riders will be able to count on for their daily routines. And there are, in addition to the technical qualities that Ben touched on and can speak a lot more thoroughly about, there are a couple of secondary aspects like preventative maintenance and creature comforts that we spend a lot of time thinking about. So for maintenance, our apple a day to keep the doctor away is connected health monitoring. So we're going to make sure that operators are aware of impending safety of flight threats before they have a chance to materialize in the air. And on the creature comforts front, well, I'd imagine most people in this virtual room are quite comfortable in the air. For other riders who are more focused on rider experience, I think creature comforts go a long way towards relaxation and reinforcing their perception of safety. So for us, that means incremental developments like individual blade control, which will diminish the vibration associated with helicopters today.
I was wondering what your creature comforts are. Is it going to be a masseur?
Yeah.
On every flight?
Champagne on your flight.
You've sold me. Ben, what about safety versus commercialization? Is that always an issue?
Well, we see it as, safety is an absolute. We and all the companies are going to operate in a way where, we're only going to operate in conditions that we know we can be safe. I think where we focus on is trying to build so much extra capability into our design that we will be able to dispatch in a lot wider range of conditions than I think you would expect out of an eVTOL. We, you know that Overair is a spin-off of Caram Aircraft, and Caram Aircraft, specialized in developing VTOL propulsion systems for military applications. And because of the technology that we have, it takes our vehicle a lot less power to do the basic job of flying than most other vehicles do. And what that does for us is it allows us to build a lot more excess capability onto the vehicle than I think others can do. And that gives us a lot of excess thrust, excess maneuverability, excess control margin. And those excesses in our capability allow us to operate in a wider range of conditions than I think a lot of eVTOL aircraft will. So I think that's where the the conflict, the potential conflict between aggressive commercialization and safety gets resolved by having, so much excess capability in the vehicle that it can, it can handle all the unexpected events that it's going to come across in operation.
Just a reminder to anyone watching, please use the question or the chat facility to ask questions. For those people who aren't familiar, or probably are familiar with Overair but are confused, you were as Karim, you were one of the original Uber Elevate partners. And Ben, what's your timescale for launch, or Josh?
Yeah, so we are lining up to be certified in 2025 and anticipate entry into commercial service in 26.
And are you planning to operate as well, like some of the eVTOL companies, or would you prefer to hand that to someone else?
I'll let Josh dive into that.
Both. So some of the advantages that have been talked about, we are very eager to capitalize on. We think that as the manufacturer, there's a lot of opportunity for both technical and financial synergies. So starting with the team and IP, scale manufacturing, and our connected maintenance strategy I mentioned, all lead to higher utilization. That utilization can drive down costs, which can increase passenger revenue injection into the value chain, and then back across, we enjoy the recurring revenues from the vehicle itself.
Josh, we've talked about the origins of commercial aviation, and in the past, airlines also owned manufacturers owned airlines, depending how you look at it, and that stopped. So why do you think it's different with eVTOL?
So Abe likes to tell the story that Bill Boeing wanted to fly his own airplanes until someone known as the government stepped in and said we're not okay with that from an antitrust perspective. So this is a brave new world. I think these are all clean sheet designs, and there will be a lot of differentiation. There will be a diverse fleet. Different vehicles will have different applications. Some will be better at certain operations than others. And especially in the early days, as the developers, as the OEMs are the ones that know and understand the aircraft, they will have an advantage in operating them.
Although, Ben, one of the differences now is that every operator is going to get amazing data on all of their fleet going forward, aren't they? But do you really see the operating as a true advantage?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and I think it's actually, even if it's not an advantage, it's important for the whole industry that the OEMs be very, very closely tied to the operation of their vehicles. We keep coming back to the issue of safety. Every new mode of transportation, every new vehicle that's developed has a safety learning curve that has to go down. And it's critically important that all the competitors, all the OEMs drive down that safety curve as fast as possible to get the accident rates, to the lowest point possible. Obviously, we want to start at the lowest point. We want to get better and better and better quickly. And the key to that is to learn lessons from everything that happens, whether it, when things go well, when things don't go well. If there's an accident, there's not an accident. You want to learn from the experience and fold that back into the design of the vehicle, the design of the maintenance, and you can only do that if you are, directly interlinked with the operation.
So, Ben, this isn't the first time you've gone through certification and the process. Probably the big difference now is that in the past you were very tied into, Karen was hugely tied into the US Air Force. Now you also have a Korean investor. Will you certify first in the US, or are you also looking at other jurisdictions?
Yeah, we are focused on FAA certification in the U.S. The FAA, in Korea, it's largely dependent on FAA certification, so it's a very natural transition there. We are focused on FAA because we see that as having the broadest sort of applicability across the world. As we get through that process, we'll be expanding beyond that. But we see that as where the most fertile ground is right now.
And Josh, in your role of business development, what sort of company do you think will place the first orders with you?
So I think, similar to my point on diverse fleet, I think a lot of that answer will be driven by geography. So, some of the capabilities that we foresee Butterfly having will lend itself to operate in certain geographies. So the Northeast corridor is probably the highest concentration of economic productivity in the world. So, I don't know exactly who we are talking about, but it will be someone who considers those types of factors and standing up an operation that is functional given the circumstances that they participate in.
Ben, you touched on customer acceptance, and there's two parts to that, isn't there? With anything which is flying, you've got the people on board and you've got the people underneath. How do you think, as an industry, we can convince people underneath that it's safe, and also, secondly, noise?
No, that's critically important. I think people in the general public observing this from afar will come to accept it when they understand that it provides an overall benefit. I mean, people accept police helicopters even though they are loud and annoying because they understand that there is an overall public safety benefit to it. It's the bar is going to be much, much higher for eVTOLs. They need to be genuinely quiet. You need to mostly not be aware that they are there for the public to accept them. And I think when we are able to establish very, very quiet, high density operations, and that is what our system is aimed at doing specifically, when we're able to establish high density, quiet operations, and we've established a really great safety record, and we've been able to get the price point down to where it's no more expensive than calling an Uber or a Lyft, then I think people will really understand that there is a tremendous societal benefit. Same with the onset of autonomy. There's been a lot of discussion about autonomy across the industry. When will that be accepted? And I think that as the self-driving car companies begin to have success and deploy their fleets more broadly, and they will end up being much safer than human drivers, and people will eventually come to accept that, why would you ever hand drive a car, because that's so much more dangerous. Eventually that's going to percolate into the aviation space. We do think very strongly that in the first, half decade, maybe full decade, people sitting in the airplane are going to expect to see a human being up front whose fate they share, and is in charge of making sure that the flight arrives safely. And we're very comfortable with that. We think piloted operation is the right way to go for at least the first, 5 or 10 years until the flying public says to us, "Hey, why do you have these human people up front? They're making us more dangerous than having the robot fly the airplane." But I think it's got to be driven by customer demand and customer acceptance of autonomy.
That's a massive decision to take at the start, though, isn't it? Whether you go autonomous or not. It's and I guess you won't know for another 5 years whether you've made the right choice.
Well, I mean, from a technology standpoint, we're putting everything in the airplane that it needs to be an autonomous airplane. It's just that, the FAA is not comfortable with how to certify those kinds of autonomous systems. And the FAA probably won't really push through and do those things until the public demands it. And, so we'll be ready. We'll be ready as soon as the public is ready for it.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. I'm just checking if we have any more questions from the audience. Okay, final question. Ben, you've been at this a long time. You've been involved in this industry and in vertical lift for a long time. You've been involved in some very cool projects. Are you pleased to see so many entrants in, or does part of you wish it was back to the days when there were 10 of you working hard?
No. This is fantastic. This is a renaissance of the entire aerospace industry. There are people, aerospace had gotten to be the point where the really inspired people go do something else. They go build cell phones or cloud computing or something. Now this is the sexy industry again, which is awesome. There are so many smart, inspired people trying to get into this, and it's really breathtaking to see.
And Josh, you'd agree that the commercial aviation, actually you timed it beautifully for a pandemic, but commercial aviation is not the exciting side. It's all about VTOL now.
Yeah, it's funny because I always joked why I wanted to, devote my career towards aviation was airplanes are big, fast, and loud. And, eVTOLs are not really any of those things. But it's so much, it's the frontier, it's cutting edge, it's everyone in the room is forward thinking. It's really exciting stuff, and not that commercial aviation isn't still exciting in its own right, especially considering factors like the pandemic, but I'm really happy to be in this environment.
Well, thanks so much. We're absolutely delighted to have both of you. And if anyone's interested in ordering a bus flight, contact Josh or Ben. They'll both take your call happily. Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks, Alasdair. Take care.
Thank you. I'm now delighted to hand over to the editor of Revolution.Aero, the person who does all the work, Yuvan Kumar, who's going to take us through the hot topic of the last probably 18 months on Wall Street, SPACs. So I'm delighted to hand over. And almost by law, when you have a session on SPACs, you have to go for SPAC to the future as the title. So we have done that. And I'm delighted now to hand over to Yuvan Kumar.
Thanks very much, Al. Hi, welcome everyone. And Al's done a great introduction to that session already. SPACs have been one of the hottest vehicles in the finance world for the past few months. I'm sorry. And we're gonna have a panel of experts which will help us take all the important questions that you have about it. Special purpose acquisition companies. I'm glad to welcome an all-star panel of experts today. We have Kirsten Bartok, managing partner at Air Finance and co-founder of the SPAC New Vista Acquisition Corp. We have Eric Affeldt, CEO at Experience Investment Corp, also a SPAC which merged with Blade, and Davina Kale, who is a partner at Pillsbury over in California. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. How are we doing?
We're doing well. Thanks for having us. Thanks,
Yuvan. Let's dive right in, guys. It's been we've had a definite few months of lots of action in the SPAC market. Kirsten, are we still seeing that? Are we still in the wave?
I would say the tempo is slowed. We had the SEC come out with some new regulations in the late spring, which tempered the IPO market. Which probably has been a good thing given the large number of SPAC IPOs this year. And since then, we've also seen a cooling of the PIPE market, which has been partly a result of, you saw the interest rate inversion and interest rates go up on the long end, which inevitably hurts tech companies, but also the large number of SPACs that occurred, or I should say de-SPACs and SPAC announcements that occurred in the winter and early spring and kind of tapped out the market. And caused a lot of the players who traditionally play in the PIPE market to pull back. So I think if we were at euphoria, I was joking, but we were maybe at on a scale of 1 to 10, 11 in January and February. We're down in the area where we're probably at a 2 or 3, kind of less healthy than normal, which would be a 5. And it is a relatively difficult market right now, getting deals out, getting pipes, and getting them approved.
That's a great way to answer that. Eric, would you agree by far with the numbers that Kirsten's just shared?
Yeah, totally agree. We were very fortunate in that we launched our SPAC, Experience Investment Corp, back in 2019 when I still had to explain to my friends and family what the heck a SPAC was. And within 12 months, obviously it's front page news, and the market did get overheated, although as everyone watching this presentation, I think, is aware, SPACs have been around for decades. It's not like these things were just invented last year. But there's no question the recent SEC rulings around warrant and whether they should be classified as equity or debt had a chilling effect on the overall market. And clearly there were some SPACs that were getting ahead of themselves when you start seeing celebrities getting in the business and putting names on stuff just because they can. It's time to take a breather. Fortunately, I think the breather is about over. We're starting to see activity pick up again. But again, we were very, very fortunate to get our merger complete before all this hoopla happened and before the SEC made their promulgation.
Absolutely, absolutely. And let's talk about. So, I mean, a lot of people probably know what this is, but if we just talk about what it takes to structure a SPAC deal, the pipe, all of that. If we could just go through the details, Kirsten, if you'd like to take that to begin with.
Sure. As you mentioned, a SPAC is a special purpose acquisition vehicle, acquisition company. And it is a company that it's a blank check company, and it goes public on an exchange. Could be NASDAQ or it could be NYSE, and they're working on Europeans. And it raises a pool of capital. So it could be 200 million, could be 300 million, to go acquire a company and take them public via what is called a de-SPACing transaction. So we are kind of in version 2.0 or 2.3 of the SPACs. The SPAC has been around for decades, like 20 years, but it is morphed to really be more inclusive of tier one type companies, and also to include this additional investment vehicle called a PIPE, which is a private investment in a public entity. So historically, when you took a company public via a SPAC and did a de-SPACing, you would go in, it would be a company that couldn't go public on its own or had some issues. I always like to say hair on the deal. And you would take that company public. Today's world, it does seem, and it really has been the last year and a half. So starting in 2019, we'll joke that maybe Chamas Virgin Galactic deal kind of ushered this new era in, where you take a company public. It's a tier one company. It's a company that could go possibly public on its own. It might be earlier than some of the traditional IPOs. It typically is in the range of, let's say, 1 billion to 5 billion, where a company over 5 billion would do a direct listing or a traditional IPO. But into this 1 to 5 billion, it's also a company that is on a high growth trajectory. So it needs to publish forward-leaning statements or forward estimates. And typically, and not typically, that is not allowed in a traditional IPO, where you can't publicize forward-looking statements. So you always have to look back. So with this advent and the addition of the PIPE market, kind of tier one high growth companies between 1 billion and 5 billion started to access the public markets via SPAC. It was quicker. They could set a price. They could raise large amounts of capital, possibly traditionally more than they did in an IPO, and they could share forward-looking statements. So it's those kind of three advents which make a IPO via a SPAC or a de-SPACing quite attractive to those companies, especially those that are regulated, need to tell a story, have both a hardware component, so tend to be more capital intensive, and have also a large TAM. We always tell people that TAM is important. So the process goes, you have a SPAC that goes public IPO. It spends time, it has about 2 years to look for an acquisition or a target. It then engages in that target. It would go out and look for a PIPE investors, which are institutional investors like T. Rowe or Fidelity or Maverick or Millennium, groups like that. It would then announce to the market that the SPAC is taking over the acquisition target. And then for 4+ months after that, it would go through a de-SPACing. And at the end of that, at the time of that vote, so the 4 months after announcement, the IPO investors in a SPAC, which invested at $10, have an option. They can either take their $10 in interest, which could be $10.50, or they can vote to convert it into this new company, this new de-SPACed entity, which can be a growth company. And that is partly what makes this SPAC product so interesting, is because it's very zero risk. It has a lot of optionality to it, including warrants if you bought in at the IPO. So it gives people an opportunity to buy it at $10, take the warrants, take the risk, and then convert into this growth equity if they like the target that the acquisition vehicle, the SPAC, has focused on and is acquiring. So we think it is a product that is here to stay. It does work well for these companies that need to tell stories. I think you've heard the market needs to have a bit of a grasp on what that story is and making sure they're based in reality and fundamentals, and a good analysis is being done there. But it is a great option for companies that are storied, that need to share that future growth story with investors, and want to go public to access the capital markets.
And Yuvan, if I could add just one quick point, something I think is grossly misunderstood is that all the risk, the front end risk in a SPAC, is borne by the sponsor. That would be the private equity company or myself as a partner with a private equity company. Unlike traditional private equity deals where you give your money to a private equity investor and you have no idea what they're going to buy, you have no say in what they're going to buy, and you're paying them fees up front plus a carried interest to invest for you. In a SPAC structure, all of the costs to structure the SPAC, to raise the capital, et cetera, are borne by the sponsors. And as Kirsten just pointed out, if the original investors don't like the deal, they can get their money back. So there's no guarantee that they're going to stick around. And again, I think the press has done a pretty poor job of explaining this to the average investor who thinks that the SPAC sponsors are just out there, raking in the dough with no risk. The reality is they have all the risk on the front end as opposed to private equity where that's not the case.
And Eric makes a great point. In our case, there are some that partner with private equity firms, and there's lots of value you can get for them. Or in our case, we took no outside capital. So it's our team, which was lucky is large, put all the investment capital. And that is quite a bit. So if you are doing a 200 to 300 million, that can be, $6 to $8 million in risk capital that is out there, that is at risk if the deal doesn't go through and if it doesn't trade well.
That's great. Davina, do you want to take us through, from the legal perspective, what happens after the SPAC enters into an agreement with the target company, from your perspective?
Sure. And with apologies, because it's not as fascinating as the SPAC overall process and looking for the target, but happy to run through the legal aspects. So once the SPAC has identified and negotiated the definitive agreement, or what we call the BCA, or business combination agreement, with the private merger partner, you enter into the legal regulatory phase. So in most cases, the SPAC and the target will need to obtain shareholder approval. So you will either file what's called, if it's a domestic deal in the US, either an S4 registration statement / proxy statement for the SPAC and for the target. And sometimes you can structure the transaction as a tender offer, although we most typically see these structured as S4 registration statements with a proxy statement prospectus. That will typically go through an SEC review process, not that dissimilar from a traditional S1 IPO process. And during that time, which can take 2 to 3 months, sometimes shorter, sometimes a little bit longer, but during that process, other actions are going on in the background. So on the legal side, obviously, we're obtaining regulatory consents, approvals, notices, amending any existing agreements that need to be taken care of in order to close the deal. And also, managing shareholder communications and shareholder engagement, because you want to keep the shareholders engaged. You ideally don't want to have an excessively high level of redemptions when it comes time to approve the deal. And then the other aspect is we've talked a lot about the SPAC side, but on the private target company side, they're the ones that are going to be becoming the public company. So you spend an awful lot of time getting them ready to be a public company. And again, that part of the process is very similar to a traditional IPO. Corporate governance, making sure board composition complies with applicable stock exchange requirements and the like, and just getting the private target ready to function as a public company. And once you get through the SEC review process, you would obtain the requisite shareholder approvals, address redemptions by the public SPAC holders, and then hopefully, if no other regulatory or other issues arise, you will close the deal. You'll announce the closing. The PIPE will fund immediately prior to the closing and announce the deal on a Form 8K. And some people on this presentation may have heard the term Super 8K. The post-business combination combined entity will need to file what's called a Super 8K. And the easiest way to explain that is you're taking a private company, stepping into the shoes of the public shell, and they will need to basically file a document that catches up all of their disclosures as a private company and put that out in the public domain, because they're now effectively a public company as soon as the merger closes. And from that point on, they are operating as a public company and with all of the usual regulatory and corporate governance responsibilities associated with that. So I often think of a SPAC, de-SPAC process from the private merger we call them private merger partner versus private target company. But from the private target company perspective, I like to think of it, or advise clients, think of it as 3 or 4 deals at once. You are doing a merger. You are also in many ways still doing a traditional IPO. You're doing a private financing, which is the PIPE financing component, and then just generally getting ready to be a public company. So people will say the SPAC process is very much quicker and much faster than a traditional IPO. And I do think that's very true in some respects. From a target company perspective, maybe a little bit less so, but definitely if the deal's structured in certain ways and depending on what bells and whistles are on the deal, it certainly can be a faster, more efficient way to access the public capital markets.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Davina. We have a question from the audience, from Jim Duchovny. So I think we've talked a lot. You've mentioned how ready a company needs to be to go public by a SPAC merger. But effectively, will a seed stage company be able to do a SPAC? Especially in the eVTOL space. If you guys could talk about that, Kirsten, if we could go with you.
Sure. I think there's always been a question about at what is the appropriate stage for a company to go public. And in kind of the SPAC 2.0, SPAC 2.3 world with Virgin Galactic and let's say QuantumScape, they were not seed stage at all, not A, but probably B stage, which means they were still pre-revenue, perhaps Series C. So I would say definitively a Series seed or Series A company should really not go public via SPAC. And then there are some questions about whether a pre-revenue company, a company that is far away from having revenues, go public, or only has a de minimis amount. Again, I spoke earlier, to be a public company, you really have to have first a very large TAM. So you're going after a large total addressable market. So it can't be kind of a corner or portion of the market. And then 2, I think what we're seeing in the last few months is that investors are much less accepting and willing to move forward with a de-SPAC event for a company that is pre-revenue and has revenue so far off. And that they just aren't willing to pay the premium for what they're looking at now as a public investment for something that still has a great amount of uncertainty. So I think you will see exceptions to that rule. Like I said, there are companies out who have a large TAM, and those will still come out. But for the seed and the A, I think it really is too. There's just too much uncertainty. And there's also going to be a lot of pressure around companies that say, okay, maybe I'm Series A, but I really believe I'll be to market in 2 years, when most of the smart investors out there really know it's a lot longer than that. And there's being more scrutiny of put on those expectations and those forecasts as well.
We have another question from the audience from Brian Flynn at Diamond Stream. He's asking how you would predict the forward-looking statement rules would change for future SPACs. Eric, would you like to take that one?
Sorry, not being an attorney or an accountant, although I've been called both. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. I would think the next shoe to drop, if you will, with the SEC is to level the so-called playing field and either require SPAC investments to not have the degree of or the ability to show long-term projections, or to allow regular way IPOs, which I've also taken another company public via regular way IPO. And of course, we did not have the latitude to talk about the long-term projections that we did in our SPAC transaction. So just guessing, I think that's probably the next area, or one of the next areas that the SEC is going to focus on.
I'll add one small comment to it. I think Eric's completely right. I think as the interim, the SEC is just determining right now whether to take directive active, or directive reaction, or whether the market slightly corrects itself. It certainly has slowed the path of SPAC investments. The PIPE market, which is supposed to be a regulator on it, has helped slow those investments as well. So the PIPE investors are now saying, you know, no, if you're really pre-revenue, if you're really early, I'm less interested. And I would say the third part that we're seeing is that the SPAC sponsors are really being pushed hard to have more of their capital at risk. And by that, Eric was exactly right about how the sponsors have their full capital at risk. Sometimes that is able to vest, is a good word to say, either at 6 months or 12 months after. But now people, to kind of address this forward-looking statement issue, are saying, okay, everyone needs to have that vesting for longer. And that is kind of one way to kind of find a middle ground to mitigate this about the forward-leaning statements being so aggressive.
Yeah, and I would, only because we've had the fortune, I guess, of being on the phone with the staff almost every day these days on all of these SPAC and de-SPAC transactions. Eric, you raised a very good point on the forward-looking statements. We have seen an increasing number of comments from the staff on the de-SPAC deals, focusing very specifically on the projections. And those comments, their area of concern are twofold. One is the underlying basis for those projections and asking issuers to provide a lot more disclosure as to the underlying assumptions, the risks associated with those assumptions, and basically how they build up to the projections that they're providing to the market. The other aspect, Eric, is exactly what you touched on, which is they are now poking around and focusing on the disclaimer language you often see in these documents around the forward-looking statements. For obvious reasons, lawyers like me will put a lot of protective language around the forward-looking statements. And the staff is now inquiring, under what basis do you think it's reasonable for you to have such heavy disclaimer language? And they have, I think they've actually said this publicly, they are looking at whether a de-SPAC really should be viewed as an IPO, and if so, whether the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act really does serve to protect forward-looking statements. And so the question is, exactly as Eric put it, will they go to the side of allowing IPOs to provide it and extending that protection to them, or treating de-SPACs as IPOs of the private target company? And then there's a decision to be made. Do you still take the risk, put out those projections in order to get the deal done, or do you see a change where these deals suddenly aren't going to put those projections out? And how does that impact deal valuation and getting those deals actually executed? And it's as a lawyer, it's sort of a fascinating interplay to watch between the tone we've seen at the staff in the last few years and this year, and they're focusing on the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act and whether de-SPACs really are IPOs versus, a regular merger. And I can talk for half an hour about all the other inconsistencies and how the rules are applied, but I'll leave it there. So.
Eric, if we think about what Davina is saying, in that sense, December was a good time to announce a SPAC, I imagine. And, what are SPACs looking for in a company when you look to merge?
Well, when we formed ours, and again, I think you're aware, but my partner at KSL Capital Partners has been in the business of investing specifically in travel and leisure related businesses for almost 30 years. Compare that to some of the SPACs that have been formed where there is limited or no history in a particular market segment, and you're investing in smart people and hoping that they're going to find an interesting deal. In our case, our investors knew right up front we were not going to be outside the box of travel and leisure related industries. So we were focused in that area, and we were just fortunate to be shown via investment bankers and our own resources a large number of deals in the transportation sector. We had previously owned a chain, and today KSL owns a company called Ross Aviation, which is one of the larger FBO operators in the United States. So we'd been around aviation for literally 30 years, in addition to a lot of other segments within travel and leisure. So we were looking, number one, for something in travel and leisure. Number two, we were looking for something, as was just articulated, that had above average growth characteristics, because a lot of our historic investments have been brick and mortar investments with significant revenues and okay cash flow. But our success over the years has been taking companies with revenues and moderate cash flow and dramatically increasing that cash flow. And, I don't know if it was Kirsten or Davina who said this, but many SPACs, most SPACs are more growth oriented than your traditional IPOs. So we were fortunate enough to find Blade urban air mobility, which has revenues, shockingly. There are very few people in the eVTOL space that have any revenues, and those revenues are growing quite nicely. But it also has tremendous upside potential as electrification comes to vertical aircraft.
Kirsten, would you like to add to that as well?
I think that was a great summary. I don't have anything to add.
That's awesome. So essentially, I mean, we're talking about how SPACs are a great way for early stage companies to come up. Do you guys all pretty much agree that it's going to be a catalyst for excellence? Or is there room for other than that?
Well, catalyst for excellence is an interesting question. I do think it'll be a crossing the chasm provider, or the valley of death, as some people have termed it. And what we've seen historically is that certainly less for services companies, less for software companies, but certainly for companies that are hardware capital intensive and highly regulated, those industries are very difficult for investors to kind of continue to invest through the life cycle. So typically you've got Silicon Valley type investors who really like software, they like services, they like things that can scale rapidly, but not necessarily capital intensive industries. And then you get private equity guys that don't really like new technologies. They like operational risk, they like to help people scale, but they really don't like to invest in venture stage companies. So there is a positive outcurrence in terms of, I think technology, the flywheel will increase its velocity because of these investments going into some of these companies. But as you look at which stage they are, we'll just talk about the VTOLs. For example, how close are they to certification? Where are they in their process with the FAA or EASA? They have a G1, they have a G2. The further back you are, the greater risk. So I think for a lot of these companies, they need to understand the level of risk if you're investing in a public company. And what Davina said about disclosure, certainly disclosure around the forecast, it's extremely important. So the more disclosure is better, especially so that investors understand how early or late stage these companies are. So positive for the industry, but I think anyone investing in the sector really needs to understand it's still truly a venture investment. And there is capital at risk for anyone putting their own money in.
We have an audience question from Sean Peters. Do SPACs only acquire one target? Can they merge or acquire with multiple targets at different times? Eric, would you like to?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I tried to type a response, but I'm sure I screwed it up. But I believe the number is 80 or 85% of the initial capital raised must go to the first target. So in our case, we couldn't do a roll-up with Blade being one of 5 different deals. So at least 85%, I think that's a number, has to go to the initial target. After that, obviously, and in our case, we're in the business of acquiring incremental infrastructure assets. So many of the funds that we raised, and Blade's sitting on close to $350 million in cash, are going to go to buying other infrastructure assets, but our investment had to go to Blade and not to Blade plus 10 other deals.
I think to add to that, Eric's 100% right. He put some good numbers around it. There is a way companies can merge prior to engaging with a SPAC. That is complicated and difficult because there are requirements about the audited financials that are PBOC, so public market audited financials, have to go back multiple years. So there's an investment that the company needs to make before engaging with the SPAC if you want to put a few companies together and then partner with a SPAC to go public.
Davina, you mentioned that you've sort of been on the phone a lot about SPACs and things in the last couple of months. I'm wondering, is the entire sort of rush or the we've seen a few months of the mad rush to get into SPACs also throwing capital at other different deals that you're seeing come across your desk?
In terms of, just in terms of other capital markets transactions generally, yeah. Separate and apart from SPACs, we have definitely seen, and I would say we all thought about a year ago that the capital markets were going to go dormant for a bit, and I would say the exact opposite has happened. So we've definitely seen a tremendous uptick in cash outlay in investments, not only on the SPAC side and the D-SPAC side, but also just in equity financings of all types. So, it's a lot of alphabet soup at RDO, CMPOs, just traditional follow-on offerings. And the other thing that I would add is, we mentioned earlier, seeing a little bit of a slowdown in the SPAC, D-SPAC market. We've also definitely seen companies that were very focused on the D-SPAC market. This would be on the private company side, now turning their attention back to potentially engaging in a traditional IPO route as well, and starting to see financial advisors weighing in on, steering companies who were primarily focused on a D-SPAC transaction, and with the markets still relatively healthy, looking at a traditional IPO route.
I've got another one for you from the audience, Davina. It's from Brian Finnegan at Diamond Stream. So for existing SPACs that fail to perform as expected and see share price fall, will there be lawsuits that deter future SPACs?
Yes, potentially. And I think we talked at the very early part of this panel about whether, not so much if there's a bubble, but if we're going to see a slowdown. And, I would say we definitely are seeing this a bit of a slowdown, a little bit of a rebound as well. But one of the areas was definitely increased regulatory scrutiny, both from the SEC and generally, but also we are definitely seeing increased litigation. And I would say, it's safe to say, I think prior to the last 6 months, we didn't see a whole lot of litigation activity, including on the D-SPAC. And typically we say 99% of mergers, they'll get a lawsuit filed. The D-SPACs were a little bit of an exception to that rule. I think that's starting to no longer be the case. So we're seeing noise in the background on just the SPACs whose share price is now falling below 10, challenging. And we talked earlier about the importance of the disclosures. Not only is the disclosure important on an S4 D-SPAC, it's very important on the S1. I think there was sort of an idea that we just filed these S1s and got these SPACs public ASAP. Given then, there's definitely increased litigation. Definitely you're seeing share prices hover around 10 or a little bit below 10. You're seeing excessively higher levels of redemptions when SPACs need to get shareholder approval. So we are seeing more plaintiffs' letters, I'll just put it that way. And they're challenging a bunch of different things in the disclosures. One of the primary areas is actually conflicts of interest and the adequacy of the disclosure of conflicts of interest with the sponsors, especially sponsors who are involved in several SPACs.
And Yuvan, if I could just pile on, probably the day after we made our announcement on our D-SPAC, we were sued. Going back to taking my prior company public, when we took that company public regular way, we were sued almost immediately. When we sold the company in a take private transaction, we were sued almost immediately. So I hate to use the term, especially with lawyer in the panel, but there's a lot of ambulance chasers out there who do nothing but follow around companies going public or being taken private, who immediately want to be bought off. In some cases, I'm sure there's merits to their cases. A good friend of mine whose stock traded an average of $20 a share for 8 years, sold it in a take private at 92 and was immediately sued for not obtaining enough value for shareholders.
So,
and I'll just pile on. They warn you as you go into this process that you will get sued, that the plaintiffs' lawyers are so powerful in the US that you have to be extra careful, extra cautious, do significant due diligence. But whatever happens, you will get sued. There are just, as Eric said, ambulance chasers. It is such a sad situation. And we talked to you about the startup capital. So that goes into a SPAC. About 20-25% goes to D&O, which could be out there for a year. So it's crazy, and it's very sad. Like the plaintiff's lawyers.
So
and D&O insurance premiums very high.
So other than, I think we have to wrap up pretty soon, but other than more work for Davina and ambulance chasers for Eric and Kirsten, what are you guys looking forward to most in the market, let's say, to happen by this time next year?
Well, and again, speaking as the lawyer, I'm very intellectually fascinated and for our clients' sake, practically fascinated to see where the regulatory path goes on the D-SPAC transactions. in some ways, de-SPACs are treated as IPOs, and in some ways they are not. In many ways, I feel that the treatment there is sort of whipsawed in that. And with the increased SEC focus on SPACs and de-SPACs generally, I just think it'll be interesting to see where that goes. And obviously, for the sake of everyone who's involved in this industry, hopefully we get more clarity sooner rather than later, so that we don't have these repeated sort of chilling effects on these transactions.
And I would just lob in one thing from an investor's perspective. I think you may find more SPACs looking at what would be considered more traditional private equity sort of investments, meaning companies with existing revenues, with EBITDA, et cetera. As I think has been pointed out, there are some investors who said, whoa, you've got an interesting idea here, but you're telling me I'm not going to see any revenues for 4 years. I mean, that's completely foreign to most private equity investors. It may not be to venture capital, but I think in the next year, you're likely to see a swing in SPAC deals going to more traditional cash flow oriented investments.
I agree with everything that's been said. I think the one thing that I would say is that the markets crave stability, and right now we're not in a terribly stable time. One, understanding what will happen, whether inflows, pipe investors, SEC regulation. So I will say that it is good for everyone if we get some additional stability and visibility in the market.
That's a wonderful. Thank you. Thanks very much to Kirsten, Eric, and Davina for joining us today. That was a spectacular session. I'm going to hand the mic back over to Al for the rest of the sessions. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thanks, Yuvan.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Hi, and welcome back to Revolution.Aero. Delighted to see so many people here. That was a fantastic panel looking at SPACs. Basically, the takeaway is if you get involved in that market, you're going to get sued. So you don't want to do that. You want to find other sources of investment, or maybe at an earlier stage. We're now delighted to have a panel with 4 experts in this market, 4 strategic companies in this market. Delighted to have Jim Lockheed from JetBlue Technology Ventures, Oz Eliav from Cockpit Innovation, which was spun off from El Al, Brian Shetler from Boeing Horizon X, and Thomas de Hullion from Airbus Ventures. Jim, do you want to kick us off? Do you want to very quickly explain Boeing Horizon X to people watching? And also, how did you end up there?
The journey is always the fascinating part, but I'll start with Horizon X in general. It's the corporate venture capital arm of the Boeing company. We got started about 4.5 years ago. Time's flying. I remember my first event many years ago. Boeing succumbed to the innovator's dilemma and wanted to ensure that it wasn't disrupted from the outside in. And so we purposefully built a corporate venture capital arm that would invest in select startups outside the company and try to drive some of that new innovation and bring awareness, insights, exposure, and strategic engagement between the Boeing company and them, and try to drive and accelerate the adoption and market potential of these technologies. So it's been a great run. 46 portfolio companies now at last check over the last 4 years. Many very operationalized with their technology, with things inside of Boeing, and others are just still on their own, chugging away, maturing the technology to an appropriate readiness level to be embraced and scaled larger. My personal journey came from that of a very transaction-oriented background in corporate strategy, M&A roles, and the like. I was an electrical engineer that went bad very early on in my career and went to the dark side of strategy and business. But the technical underpinnings is what kept me so excited about really diving into new technology. When you see good businesses, good industries be disrupted, how you can think proactively on not being the next Harvard business case is one that appeals to me. And so just being able to start this from the ground up, do something that worked with the culture for Boeing, but also was appropriate for the external world that we were working with. So that's a bit about what we've been up to.
That's brilliant. I thought you were going to forget to do yourself. Oz, do you want to take us through cockpits and also how you ended up there?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so I'll start with a bit of background about Cockpit. So Cockpit is the innovation arm of El Al Airlines. What we do is basically bring innovative startup-based solutions, mostly according to our partners' challenges and needs. And we work on in two main pillars. One is the investment side, and the other is very focused on commercialization. So on the investment side, we invest not large amounts of funds, up to $500,000 US. So of course we don't lead, but we do bring a lot of value to our startups on the commercialization side. We currently have 11 portfolio companies, and some of them also very active in El Al. Our assumption is that in most cases, the challenges of El Al and our other partners are also the challenges of the industry. So we not only help our corporate partners, we also promote our startup, as a regular VC with business development opportunities and investment opportunities. My personal journey, I started in Cockpit about 4 years ago, and I'm leading the investment activities and portfolio management, work very closely with our portfolio. And I came from venture capital background. I worked for Entre Capital, which is a leading VC, and had the opportunity to fulfill, let's say, a dream to work in the aviation industry.
That's awesome. Thanks so much. Thomas, do you want to take us through Airbus Ventures?
Sure. Well, thank you. And first of all, good morning from California, West Coast. So I'm Thomas. I was trained as an aerospace engineer. So I grew up on the shop floor, close to the product. I spent a lot of time on the A320, the A350, the A380, great product. And then also traveled a lot in what is the complex supply chain of the aerospace industry. So both east and west of Europe, in Asia, in the US, and then ended up in finance, looking both internally at the unique economics of our industry and different products, as much as the debt market, the capital market, and more of the external world. And that was a time back in 2013 when actually we got a first very deep feel of what disruption could look like for this industry. That's a year where a very famous CEO with a very, very famous rocket did 17 successful launches in 1 year with amazing reusability on the back, which was quite impressive and probably told us that the disruption was just right there, right? So, and that was also a time when we thought about this reconnection between the big OEM and the world of startups. And back in 2014, 2015, the world venture capital and aerospace were not really blending together, right? There was no one on Sun Hill Road right here. They were doing space investment, a couple of drones, but not much. So anyway, we set up Airbus Ventures back in 2015, and after a couple of iterations, got a model of a fund, a pure play VC fund. So we do manage the Airbus SC money, but not only. We do have external money inside the fund. And we've done 70 transactions squarely on the deep tech early stage, global investments, so not just the US, but a lot of investment here in the US. And of course, we love aerospace, but not only. We're open to other elements and other industries, adjacent technologies that would have an impact to this industry. So it's about mobility, it's about security, it's about connectivity.
Brilliant. That's great. Thanks, Thomas. And Jim, last but not least. John, take us through JetBlue Technology
Yeah,
Ventures.
yeah. Hello from San Francisco. Thanks for having me. My name is Jim Lockheed. I'm an investment principal with JetBlue Technology Ventures. We are the corporate venture arm of JetBlue Airways. We were founded in 2016 out of the idea that there should be some external group that's just purely focused on early stage technologies and disruptive technologies, things that could have a large impact on travel and a large impact on commercial aviation in the future. We invest in early stage companies across the entire travel industry. So absolutely everything commercial aviation, but also anything that affects our customer experience, which could include how they book, how they get inspired, what they're doing for entertainment, tourism, attractions, that kind of stuff, as well as where they stay. Hospitality is a large component of any travel. We're also interested in traditional enterprise technologies, anything that basically can help JetBlue be more effective or more efficient. Definitely includes stuff like revenue management, distribution, loyalty. We also have a big focus on sustainability. We are a strategic investor. So that means that basically anything that we invest in has to have some strong connection to the airline, either as a customer, as a partner, some kind of use case. Basically, it means that we don't invest in just pure aerospace or emerging technologies, drones or space tourism or something, because we do have to pitch our investment committee, which is mostly JetBlue executives, and there has to be strategic relevance. Tactically, we are a Series Seed to probably Series B level investor, usually working in a syndicate with other investors, check size of a few $1 million range. And I should also mention that structurally, we're set up with the investing team, which I'm a part of, as well as a strong operations and innovations team that really focuses on being a liaison between our portfolio companies and startup community and JetBlue, and trying to figure out where pain points are within JetBlue and where it would make sense to introduce new companies or concepts. As my own personal journey, my background is a mixture of aerospace and entrepreneurship. I joined the Air Force pretty much right out of high school. I was an avionics technician for F-15s. I then went on to work for a company called In Situ that had just been acquired by Boeing, where I worked for a number of years as a ScanEagle surveillance drone operator, mostly in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, flying surveillance drones as a Boeing employee. Worked in operations for a few more years for them, and then left to go get an MBA from the University of Oregon. And I had always wanted to try entrepreneurship and try starting something of my own. So I started a company focused on commercial services with drones. One of the early companies to get a 333 exemption with the FAA. And that started a tangent of about 6 years where I was working on my own companies and my own projects. I did have a great opportunity to sell that first company I had started a few years later to one of my competitors. And that really got me thinking about what I wanted to do next. And this is ultimately how I ended up heading towards venture capital. But I wanted to start something that was much more scalable and could grow to something a lot larger. And so I started researching how people do that, which led mostly to venture capital. And I found the field, the category fascinating. And there was kind of just a point where I thought, if I don't know exactly what I want to build right now, this could be a really interesting place to work. And my perspective was mostly kind of from an entrepreneurial lens. And I was very interested in kind of this entrepreneurial aspect of helping other people build their companies and just learning how it all works. And so that led me to San Francisco, spent some time scouting at another firm, and then made it to JetBlue Technology Ventures about 2 years ago. Thank you.
So, Jim, knowing what you know now, would you have invested VC in the company that you were running?
No, I would say no, because I very much built a profitable but services type business. It would have been a beast to try and scale it into anything significant, but it was a fascinating learning experience, and it was a profitable company. So
I like the fact Jim now has rejected Jim in the past. Thomas, Jim and Oz both mentioned their sort of check sizes and the levels they like to come in at. Do you have any hard rules at Airbus Ventures?
Well, the sweet spot is Series A, so we like this entry point. Obviously, valuation matters when you're financially driven, and also the fit with the fund. It has a 10 years horizon, so we need to be careful when we enter and when is the entry point in the life of the fund itself. But yeah, squarely within the A, plus or minus one maturity round. But we can do late stage if that kind of create a dynamic of return in the fund.
And Brian?
Very similar. Seed to Series B is sort of our sweet spot for the first check. We like to participate at least in follow-ons through Series C, so that could get into some larger checks to keep the pro rata going. 1 to 10 million generally, but no hard ground rules on that. Particularly in light of we like to have meaningful ownership amounts. We like to have a board seat or a board observer role at a minimum. So we want a substantive investment to justify that.
Okay. Oh, this time last year, when we still had no idea what was going on. Now we've at least got some idea of no idea. We were all panicking, and I'm guessing you would have said your priority this year is your priority a year ago. This question is just getting too complicated, but your priority a year ago would be to focus on portfolio companies and support the ones you'd already invested in, and you probably weren't looking for new investments. Is that right? Did it work out like that?
So you're pretty accurate. You can say that our focus in the past year, of course, when starting the uncertainty of COVID, was mostly on supporting our current portfolio. We also did follow-on rounds, but also keeping check that we have a healthy portfolio and how can we assist in any way. And we also expanded our vectors to food tech, actually, because one of our partners, shareholder, is Gate Group, which is a leader in aviation catering and retail. And so we also search for solutions and investments in food tech.
Brian, did you slow down new investments as well?
We slowed down the new investments. We definitely followed the script you laid out to start. A lot of focus on the existing portfolio, a lot of support in non-financial ways as well, where we could bring the weight of Boeing and the resources of Boeing to bear to help. We also spent a lot of time on internal, our internal group, which we call Applied Innovation, which is that strategic bridge to the technologies, and really ramped up activity of the team, hiring of the team, more formalities inside the team of how they connect and bridge to different business units and tech centers to adopt the technology more seamlessly. Big companies always find ways to put roadblocks up, and so breaking down the roadblocks, making it much more seamless to get that adoption underway, it has been remarkably successful over the last year.
Jim, what about you in the last year?
Yeah, very much echo Oz and Brian. So obviously, with JetBlue and other airlines being hit so hard financially, our investing was dialed back a bit. So we did spend a lot of time focused on our portfolio companies and just trying to work with them and brainstorm and do projects, whatever we could to help them. We also, as a team, did a lot of work on pandemic-related technologies and helping JetBlue's various groups, including their strategy group, figure out what's real, what makes sense to explore. So some of those categories were, the digital health passport type stuff, or cleaning and sanitization technologies. All of those areas we dug into significantly. So we kind of just started our cadence again back in about April, as travel's starting to return a little bit.
So you're back open looking for investments now?
We are, yeah. We made our first investment in April, which is a company called Universal Hydrogen.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, which I'm happy to speak more about. But
Yeah, we know them well. Thomas?
Very much counterflow. So we did a great acceleration in terms of transaction over the last 18 months with more than 20 transactions. Very much looking at the crisis, also at the land of opportunities in this changing world. A lot of question about, we all got stuck in Zoom for 24 hours a day. So connectivity became central. So a lot of things in the connectivity and communication area, obviously on follow-on, but also on new investment. Sustainability, Jim mentioned hydrogen. Yes, all the fleets were grounded, but the point is there's been also this very deep thinking about the future of sustainable aviation and some very good opportunities to take early bets. And I should mention the quantum revolution. There is no crisis for quantum, rather the opposite. All of that fueled by an appetite from the market in the macroeconomic environment. People want deep tech. SPAC was kind of the one element of that appetite. So far, it's a pretty busy sequence. Also raising additional money.
Okay, Thomas, we've got a great question from Roderick Randall, which is very applicable to you and Boeing, where you've got multiple investments. Are corporate VC groups restricted to a single investment in a segment such as eVTOL, or are you able to invest across? So you're restricted because of conflicts of interest, or are you still open to further next-gen innovations from later entrants? Thomas?
So we don't have limitation on the investment thesis. We have, as we operate very much as a VC, we have freedom to explore even areas of friction and disruption potentially for the direct mothership and our investors. We can talk about eVTOL later, but to the very specific point, yes, we're very much open to proposal and disruptive nature of new deals, even if they are not, or they seem to be squarely within conflict with the mothership. We handle that.
Does anyone disagree with? Would anyone have an issue with Brian? You've invested in eVTOL. Would you consider another one, or do you see yourself as conflicted?
No, I think we all agree this market isn't going to be a winner take all. So there's probably not a sole victor, and so multiple bets, hedges to account for the range of outcomes, I think is good, and how technology is changing. For us, it's all about how you operationalize it. You mentioned the conflict of interest and the ethics and optics around multiple bets in similar segments. So we're very transparent on how we firewall information, how we protect individual companies' proprietary information from the other if there is any kind of overlap. And so we're real sensitive about that.
Okay, I've got another question from the audience. Oz, when you're considering joining a round, how important is the lead investor in your consideration?
So for us, it's not a consideration. When we consider an investment, one of our main points is looking at the needs of our shareholders. So what we do first in due diligence is see if there is a strong business case, and in this process we also get to know the startups very well, and in that process, who leads the round is less important.
Do you look to see who else? Do you get confidence? I know you and JetBlue have done. You and JetBlue Technology Ventures have worked on deals together, haven't you? Do you like investing alongside people you know?
Everyone, of course, would prefer that because it gives you confidence. But again, this is not something that is in our priorities.
Okay, Jim. We talked about. Yeah, did you take that one? Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, for us, I think it would really depend on how strategic the investment is. If it's a company that JetBlue is already working with or has significant interest in, maybe it's a bit less important exactly who the lead is. Because we don't usually lead rounds ourselves, I would say that the fact that there is a lead or a decent lead is important for us, just because I want to make sure that the round ends up getting filled, so the company gets all the capital that it needs to move forward and be successful.
Brian?
Yeah, and I just wanted to caveat one thing, in case people aren't as aware. I'm talking on behalf of sort of the ventures, the enabling tech that's going into eVTOL. I'd say the one place I'd change my answer a little bit is at the platform level. Boeing corporate has made a decision around Wisk and our joint venture with Kitty Hawk and Larry Page's group as our bet on the platform side of eVTOL. And so I think that will remain consistent, in the long term. But the world of enabling tech infrastructure and the kind of the ecosystem around eVTOL, I think that's where you really dive into just the multiple options on the technology space.
So we've seen Jim and Oz's venture firms work together. Is there any chance that Thomas and Brian, you guys would work on an investment together?
Absolutely.
I mean, of course. Brian and I share a lot of common concern about the future of that industry and the challenges ahead of us. I mean, sustainability, there's no competition there. Safety, there's no competition there, right? There's challenges for all of us to address to make the sky a safer place to be with the right product. And I think now we've all agreed the world is far too complex for the duopoly to remain the name of the game. There will be much more nuances in the world. There will be different platforms across countries, and alongside what we call the Z-axis, this third dimension is going to be democratized. So we have to live as a collective, right? So of course, joining forces, but back to your question about the lead, the lead to us is quite essential. The lead is a captain of the round, setting the terms in a way that is a successful story, a successful equity story, is something coming from a corporate background or technology background may not be the first element of interest. We love the tech. We want to check the tech. We want to make sure the laws of physics are respected. But usually, the likes of Kleiner, and we've done 7 transactions with them, or Lightspeed or Sequoia, they've actually built an industry of their own. They've built a machine, a factory of doing deals. And those are nested into subtle dynamic of terms and balancing between price and notes and the terms of the note. I have a lot of respect for that, because it may not look as complicated as building an aircraft, but to be honest, it is. And that's a condition of success. So just to be clear, to us, the lead matters a lot.
So just to summarize, you're basically saying you would go with Brian, but you have to be the lead.
Well, that's not what I said.
No, it's not. I know.
Good shot. We have to agree on the terms. Brian and I.
Yeah, it's got to be a good investment bet. We
Exactly.
share a lot of that same basic principle. Like, it can't just be strategic without the financial, and for us, it can't be financial without an element of the strategic. And if all of that aligns, and the issue really is sometimes there's so much deal flow, there's so much opportunity, like getting alignment on multiple parties to go in the same deal at the same time when the investment opportunities there and their investment committees all bought on. That's the sort of magic that needs to happen, and everything, sort of aligning at once.
Jim, we've talked a lot already about money coming into the industry and how it's much more attractive than it was when you guys launched JetBlue Technology Ventures. Are you finding it harder to find deals, or is Brian's point that there's just so many opportunities out there?
I don't think I would say that it's harder to find deals. I think our firm, like pretty much everyone on this call, has good brand recognition, is well known in the space, in aerospace, in aviation. So I think entrepreneurs would still think of us and come to us. I think a lot of the other investors that we work with still think of us and think about the strategic add that we can bring to the table. So I don't think it's necessarily harder. Also, if we don't hear of something for some reason and we reach out to a company, they're usually pretty happy to talk to us for who we represent, what we can bring. If anything, I would say with more traditional venture capitalists starting to work in aerospace, I think it's a great thing because it encourages more entrepreneurs to try and start companies in the space. Years ago, it still is difficult, but years ago, I think it was even more difficult to get past the funding hurdles that you would need for certification, all the funding roadblocks that kind of have stopped traditional venture capitalists from participating. So if anything, I think it's actually a good thing for everyone. But I guess particularly for those who have a decent amount of brand recognition in the space.
I was going to ask you which technologies are you focused on at the moment, but actually let's switch that to, are there any areas where you're just starting to look at? If someone watching this call is just working on something, is there anything are there adjuncts to the areas you're investing on now that you're really interested in personally? Thomas?
Yes, actually, the flip side of our quantum foray, both in hardware, software, has revealed a lot of questions about the world of security and encryption. And all of our platform, both for commercial use as much as defense activities, do require a pretty high level of security, right? So we can't imagine a world where RSA encryption systems are just simply not effective anymore. So this is an area of interest for us for sure. And the other piece, I mean, quantum is and remains a complex beast to handle. So this for us is area of interest. And sustainability, we talked about it with a co-investment we did with Jim and JetBlue, but also Toyota and Playground on universal hydrogen.
Oz, any areas you're really interested in? You talked about food.
Yes. So besides the food tech, which is, as I said, is specifically related to our shareholder Gate Group, we look at cybersecurity solutions and data analysis in general. We see it goes together, of course, and we tried on the cybersecurity solution. This recent events drove technology and connectivity further, and the connectivity is now like basic demand of the customer, and of course, we have much more challenges to deal with regarding cybersecurity. So we now look at it as a challenge for in general the aviation industry, and we look for in Israel we have a very vibrant ecosystem of cybersecurity solutions. So we look as in very broadly at solutions that we can take them and apply them to the aviation industry as well, even if they're not specifically targeting aviation currently.
Jim?
Yeah, for us right now, we've had an interest in sustainability for a long time, but I'd say that's an area that we're particularly focused on right now, just with the alignment with JetBlue's ESG goals. It makes a lot of sense. So we've got a bit more of a direction to focus in that area, which led to our investment with Thomas in Universal Hydrogen, which is focused on, as you guys well know, bringing a hydrogen economy and distribution and supply chain to aviation. But within that area, we're still very interested in other propulsion sources and other fuel sources and other options besides sustainable aviation fuel. So I'd say that's probably our biggest focus at the moment is other stuff within this category of sustainability.
Brian?
I'd echo the comments from the others. Sustainability probably being our biggest added focus, and really getting specific about what that means. And it's at the technology level. It's not at how do you build refineries and that kind of investment capital that I'm sure the others get inquiries about as much as we do sometimes. But it's sustainable aviation fuels in general. I think that has a nearer term applicability to our aviation markets. So production and efficiency of SAF, I think, is a great focus area. But our main pillars of mobility, space and connectivity, and sort of industrial and digital, and still hold very well. And getting more specific in there, autonomy, things that'll create certifiable tech. So to Thomas's point about the cybersecurity layer, you can make an autonomous system, but if you don't have the cybersecurity, protection built into that's going to be a long road. So getting all of that diffused together.
So eVTOL has never been as hot as it is now. And in the past, I think we've joked about the number of companies targeting it, but now we've got a number of extremely well capitalized, or soon to be well capitalized companies going into it. Where would you put eVTOL on the Gartner hype cycle, Ryan?
At the top, I think we're approaching the peak. You mentioned it, the SPAC market having blossomed around this, not quite closing yet too. So seeing when those close, and then seeing what happens after the fact. The previous SPAC conversation, it was already highlighting the what'll come is lawsuits will eventually come. Somebody's going to get sued. Somebody's performance is going to miss. And you're going to start seeing, I think, some of the deterioration set in. I also think you're going to start seeing, the lack of capital, supporting a lot of the other companies out there, to those 200 plus, other providers. Not all of them are going to be SPAC-able or be able to get that growth capital. And now it's going to be, these big war chests inside these big companies that are paving the future, and a lot of others, kind of scrambling to put 2 cents together and whatever they can do to survive.
Jim, you've got a horse about to SPAC, or what's your thought?
True. I would have a pretty similar perspective that we're probably near the top. 200 to 300 or more programs in development. I think we start going down into the trough when a lot of these companies can't continue to find the funding that they want, or they can't meet the milestones they need for certification. And I think a little bit of the downslope is also going to be the fact that it's going to take a while to get through certification, to get into operations, and to produce any of these vehicles in large quantities. So it's going to be something where it may start flying and it'll be spectacular, but it won't be widespread for quite a while.
Thomas, do you want to talk?
So we don't have any horse in the race, as you know, in our portfolio, and there's a pretty clear reason for that. And if you allow me the analogy with the iPhone, we've no doubt that there is an iPhone somewhere of the eVTOL. Like it's not really for us an engineering problem. I mean, there are challenges, right? Certification being one, but it's not really a technology question. The issue of the iPhone is you don't have an iPhone success if you don't have the infrastructure, right? And to us, the species of environment around the eVTOL is exciting, but still to be built. There's a lot of things to do to make the sky compatible with the Revolution and millions of flying vehicle. So which market will open first? It's a big question, right? And which market will be ready? Which country would have both the regulatory system and the human system, human on the loop, not in the loop anymore, that would actually enable a faster adoption? Big question mark. And if you don't, for us, if we don't know the market, then we ultimately don't really understand, what would be the platform and the kind of routes and the optimum economics for the perfect eVTOL to be mass produced. So all of that is calling for patience. Doesn't mean we're inactive, because if you do the deconvolution from the eVTOL, there's a lot of breaks of technology that are across any kind of configuration and system. So it's around sensor, it's around battery, it's around material system. Those are great bets and fits very well with the 10 years fund cycle that we have. So that's where we position ourselves.
Great. And actually, infrastructure we've got a great session coming out later with Hyundai looking at that. Oz, Cockpit haven't been as active in this space, have you yet?
That's right. We did look at eVTOL on the cargo side, and just before this session, also I got a message from a friend with an article, which is basically it's talking about a program in Israel, which is a 2-year program, 8 phases, currently in the second phase, to promote eVTOL solutions, which is led by the government. So I would say that if governments are in this process right now and progress, so this is a good progress to adoption, I would say.
Okay, we've got one final question for either Thomas or Brian. We like the fact that you've both said you'd work together. Brian, you've done 40 deals. Thomas, you've done 60. How many of them have actually been together? So far,
yeah.
So far, it's still to come. You can announce it next year.
Yeah, but it's going to be a big splash, I can tell you.
Yeah.
It's like, thanks so much, Jim, Thomas, Oz, and Brian. Great seeing you all, and look forward to seeing what you've invested in next year. Thanks very much.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And now, delighted to hand back to Yuvan Kumar from Revolution.Aero, who's going to take us through the next session. So, looking at disrupting from within. So, over to you.
Thanks very much, Al. So as Al said, the next session is Disrupting from Within with David Rotblatt, who is the VP of Business Development at Eve Air Mobility. Eve is the first project from Embraer X, which is the Embraer Market Accelerator. And we're really delighted to have David with us today. David is also a pilot, and his history includes some big name aviation companies, including GE. And I'm going to let David introduce himself in a moment. Hi, David. How are you doing?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Very well. David, would you like to tell us how you got, give us a little introduction on how you got where you are? And for those that don't know, what is Eve aiming to do?
Sure. So first, hello and greetings to everyone who is joining us today all around the world. I appreciate you joining today's conversation. And if you have any questions about the material or content discussed today, please feel free to get in touch with me on LinkedIn. So I joined Embraer X when it was first starting as an organization back in 2017 after spending 6 years with GE in various assignments in different countries around the world. And as you mentioned, I've been a pilot for over 18 years. I fly both fixed-wing aircraft and as well as helicopters. And so to be in a position and to have the privilege of working for a company that is investing so much in the next generation of transportation solutions was part of the reason why I made the decision to join Embraer X. And so Embraer X, to answer your second question, and then how did Eve come about, is the project accelerator for Embraer. It's the business unit of Embraer Aircraft Holdings in the United States, a subsidiary of Embraer Aircraft Holdings, that has the mandate, the mission to see around corners, to invest in the next generation of technology and transportation solutions, whether it's asset light or asset heavy, in order to help all of us collectively usher in this new era of mobility, let's say. So it's not really limited to aviation per se. It could be a broad spectrum of different services or technologies that promotes and provides new accessibility for mobility in general. Starting in 2017, we started to incubate what is commonly referred to as an electric vertical takeoff and land aircraft, as well as what we call our urban air traffic management initiative. And after several years of incubating both of these projects within Embraer X, as it is the real incubator for disruptive technology, the decision was made to spin out both of those projects out of Embraer X and to form a new company called Eve Air Mobility, which was launched in October of last year.
And David, what is Eve doing to prepare the future of AAM? We're obviously at a very exciting point.
Sure, yes, we are indeed. So Eve Air Mobility has been actively investing in the development of 4 different product lines. One, of course, is our electric vertical takeoff and land aircraft. The second is our urban air traffic management technology, which takes advantage of the existing knowledge and know-how that the Embraer Group has as an existing air traffic control software provider to several ANSPs around the world. We also have a services and support product line, which takes advantage of our very extensive install base that we have all around the world to support all of our aircraft customers in the executive, commercial, and defense space. And finally, a fleet operations product line. So while we are in the process of building our eVTOL and building our air traffic management software to support a more scalable operating environment for the urban air mobility industry, which, by the way, I should note is completely agnostic. Our team has been very, very focused on investing in markets that we think are very well positioned to be early adopters of the urban air mobility industry. And so some of the things that we've done to date are a concept of operations with Air Services Australia that was released in December of last year, so really just a few months ago. And that was a very interesting project where we modeled how we could create the next generation of the existing air taxi market that is already thriving very well in Melbourne, Australia, but with the procedures-based approach that the Urban Air Traffic Management Program advocates for. We've learned a lot about how the existing procedures in various cities around the world inhibit the natural growth and the natural evolution of how the air taxi industry can evolve. And so we want to take guidance and apply the lessons learned from what we've learned from those procedural limitations so that we can avoid them from happening and replicating themselves all around the world, so that we can create that more scalable and organic operating environment that will allow this industry to grow naturally. And so our work in Air Services Australia included both fast time and real-time simulations. And I believe at the time it was the first ever concept of operation to create quantitative data that we used to help support the decisions and recommendations we were making for how we can go from Horizon 1, which is more or less where we are today, to Horizon 3, which is fully autonomous or close to ubiquitous operations. Today, we're now working with the UK Civil Aviation Authority, where Eve Air Mobility is leading a team of 8 world-class aviation companies that include the likes of London City, London Heathrow Airports, as well as NATS, the UK ANSP, and our peer companies like Vertical Aerospace and Volocopter, Skyports and ATEC, among others, where we are working with the CAA to essentially address the very difficult regulatory and operational challenges that exist in order for us to really unlock London as a viable urban air mobility market. So we are engaged in projects like this all around the world to make sure that we're involving a pretty good representation of what the future ecosystem of urban air mobility will entail and require in order for us to create this type of operation, so that collectively we can learn about what is expected of us as contributors and stakeholders to this operation, but how we can also engage companies that may not know that there's a role for them as well. And I'll just give one example. Utility companies or energy companies will be required in order to provide reliable access to the grid so that we can charge our eVTOLs when they land. Telco companies also, for example, will play a major role in the vehicle-to-vehicle communication, vehicle-to-ground communication, especially as we're planning to evolve from piloted eVTOLs to more remotely piloted or autonomous forms of this type of technology. So this is what Eve has been doing, just as an example, to invest in these markets and make sure that everybody can benefit and prepare for this exciting future.
That's amazing. And David, obviously there's a lot, you know, the title of this discussion is Disrupting from Within. So obviously Embraer has, you know, a wealth of experience with certification, with all the regulatory environments around the world. You know, you're talking about the various projects that we have. So could you touch a bit more on why it's so difficult to navigate the urban technical regulatory environment? I mean, there's obviously lots of barriers to bringing UAM to market. How can we get there faster?
Sure. Well, first, I think that there's a lot that we can learn from each other. Every country and every country's regulator and every country's industry is on a different path and a different speed in terms of how we're all collectively marching towards this exciting future. What I like to think, and perhaps those that are listening and viewing today's discussion, you may agree with me, is that we're actually building upon an existing foundation that I believe is fairly strong, of existing helicopter procedures, existing infrastructure that we can take advantage of in order to enter this next phase of intra-city and in some cases intercity transportation. But as everybody is on a slightly different path towards, let's say, becoming more comfortable with the forward-looking projections of this industry, as we are expecting to be able to graduate from piloted operations to remotely piloted and then eventually fully autonomous operations, I think one of the greatest opportunities, I'll say, is the ability for the international urban air mobility community to come together and collectively say, this is the threshold of data and safety that we think will be required in order for us to safely say, without any doubt, that this is what is required for us to be able to demonstrate that we can start to have remotely piloted or fully autonomous operations. I think that establishing that threshold, that expectation of data and making those data-driven recommendations so that you and I and regulators and the traveling public can have faith that we are in fact ready, that we've been ready, that we can at least provide an operation that is as safe, if not safer, than a conventionally piloted aircraft. I think that is one of the greatest opportunities that we have today, collectively, to be able to say, this is what's required, this is what we should be able to demonstrate, and if we're able to demonstrate this, then we ought to be able to collectively chart a course for how to get to remotely piloted and autonomous operation. The reason why this is so important is because there are a few constraints that will get in the way of this industry's ability to continue to grow. One is, of course, the availability of pilots. There's just so many out there. And the second is the business model that we're offering is one that is built upon a certain amount of scale and number of operations that we can only get to when we remove the pilot. But of course, we ought not to, and we won't remove the pilot until it's safe to do so. But we've also had autonomous technology and autonomy at our disposal for really many years now. We've had autopilot, we have auto land, we have a lot of great technology that's been able to get us this far. So we're really on the cusp of it. It's just a matter of how do we demonstrate that we've satisfied the requirements, and what are those requirements? And I think that that's the greatest challenge. The second, Yuvan, is to make sure that the way in which this industry is able to develop the community benefit for urban air mobility in each country and even in each city will be critically important. This has to be something that the community desires. We can engineer anything, we can build anything, and we can certify anything. In the 115 years that aviation has been with us, we've gone to the moon, we've developed supersonic travel, and here we are talking about electric vertical takeoff and land technology. So we can do it. The question is, will the community want it? Will they support it? And this is another thing that I think we can collectively learn from other countries around the world, perhaps by taking advantage of our sister Chamber of Commerce organizations, is how to establish that community benefit so that the way that we present the value proposition of urban air mobility resonates with what the community needs. I would posit that these are the two perhaps most important challenges that we can work on together as an industry.
David, we have a question from Paul Vanderblom, who's asking what time frame you think that the eVTOLs would go from piloted to pilotless operations.
Well, that's a tough question because that really is dependent upon the regulators. It's not up to us. What I can say is that we are building a piloted eVTOL. It is designed, however, to be autonomous ready. So as every country's regulator makes a decision about how and when it's safe to remove the pilot, our vehicle will be ready. I would like to point out, however, that some of our peer companies have already demonstrated the ability of autonomous operations to be conducted safely. This has happened in countries like China, countries like New Zealand, where the regulator and local industry has partnered very well with those companies that have been able to demonstrate that their technology is capable of performing these types of operations. So this is certainly not a speculative advancement. It's not forward-looking. This is something that is already capable today based on existing technology. It's really just a matter of establishing that threshold and how to say that we've met it or exceeded it. And that is something that really every country's regulator is going to be in a position to decide for itself. And then together with the manufacturers and with the operators, we can partner to figure out how we can meet that threshold and make sure that this is just as safe as anything else that you would expect.
So, David, you guys are looking at a 4-passenger air taxi to begin with, and I understand that there's a big focus on accessibility in the business model as well as the aircraft. Can you talk a little bit more about this?
Accessibility for the aircraft? Absolutely. So when you think about accessibility, accessibility can mean a few different things to different people. The way that we like to think about accessibility is in a few different ways. One, this is accessible from the perspective of community adoption. Because it's electric, it's quieter. And therefore, our hope is that the reduced noise profile of this aircraft will make this more desirable for communities to adopt and to bring into your local neighborhood. And therefore, the accessibility of this type of transportation will increase as we hope communities will want this resource in various neighborhoods. So potentially you won't have to travel as far as you have had to travel to get to your local community airport or even the international airport. Hopefully soon you'll have, if your community agrees to it and if you support it, local infrastructure that you can rely on that will again increase your ability to access this type of technology. The second is accessibility from a price point perspective. Because this is electric, again, the idea is that this will be much cheaper to operate because you have no fuel, you have less types of parts that need to be replaced because they're expanding and contracting due to the nature of the internal combustion engine or the jet engine. And therefore, those cost savings will be passed to the consumer, you and I, which hopefully will be able to afford a much more accessible price point. And then the third is the way that the vehicle is designed. So Embraer and Eve, since the beginning of this program's development, has made accessibility a focal point of the way that we've designed the eVTOL, so that a broad swath of people, from those that are mobility impaired to those that can access the vehicle naturally, are able to egress and ingress very well. However, it's not only up to the vehicle manufacturer to ensure accessibility. This consideration really needs to be considered by the entire ecosystem, including the infrastructure that we're landing on. Is it accessible to those that are mobility impaired? Are the vertiports accessible to those that are mobility impaired? So that once you get to the actual site that the vehicle has landed on, you can get in and out of it with ease. But it also requires that you be able to access that infrastructure as well. So this is why we're partnering with the types of companies that we are, so that we can make sure from beginning to end, this is as accessible as possible from all those different perspectives.
That's awesome. And what are some of the first use cases likely to be, and how do you think that these will inform the next steps for the business?
So the use cases that Eve is focused on is the airport shuttle use case, which could also be considered the first or last mile passenger delivery for the airlines. So let's say you land at Chicago O'Hare Airport, for example, and the airline that you've taken to land there has partnered with an eVTOL operator that can take you from the airport to the last mile of your trip, which let's say is Deerfield, Illinois, for example. This is a way in which you can use eVTOL technology for that first mile or last mile trip of a passenger's journey. The second is a commuter use case, so how to go from your home to work. And the third is tourism. These are example use cases that we think will be widely accepted and appreciated, but again, it really requires more city-specific research to understand the type of community benefit of urban air mobility and how that would relate to an appropriate use case that the local public can really get behind. But those are some examples of the way that we're thinking about the application of eVTOL technology. Cargo is a completely separate animal, but for now, I'll just stay with the passenger use cases.
Amazing. David, we have lots of questions coming in from the audience, but I think we've got maybe time for just one more. Are you confident to have whichever traffic system or certification approval you obtain with the UK CAA, also approved by the EU's EASA, potentially a much bigger market for Eve? That's the question.
So, so to clarify, the project that we're working on in the UK is not about an air traffic management system. It's about solving for the regulatory and operational challenges that exist so that we can have electric vertical takeoff and land flights operate in dense low altitude urban airspace between let's say, London City and London Heathrow Airport and everywhere in between. So it's really about unlocking London as a market, an example market in the UK, for us to be able to then plan for urban air mobility operations. So it's again, it's not about the air traffic management technology so much as it is making sure that we have together addressed some of the more pressing issues that would otherwise inhibit eVTOL operations in London. And so obviously Eve is very optimistic about the market in London and more broadly in the UK, as this is designed to be applicable for the entire country. And we're investing, and our partners in this project are investing a lot of time and effort in making it happen. If those that are viewing today would like to learn more about our project in the UK and what it requires and what it entails, please visit ukairmobility.com.
David, that's great. We have lots of questions. Sorry, we're not going to be able to get through all of them, but you know where to find David. He's on LinkedIn. And thanks so much for your time today, David. We really look forward to what Eve has planned next. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Yuvan. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye.
And now we're going to be going to a networking break, kindly sponsored by Sol1. Please access this via the top tab and the networking lounge on your main screen. And we'll see you back here shortly. Thanks very much.
Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership, a commitment to excellence. Every idea, every solution, every platform starts with a spark. One that brings technology to life, transforming the imaginary into reality, the ordinary into the revolutionary. With a single spark, an intricate new network is born, crafted with purpose, powered by determination, infused with unmatched intellect. At BAE Systems, this is who we are. We breathe life into the world's most complex platforms, allowing them to detect threats, drive humankind forward, and discover the extraordinary marvels that will shape our future. Alongside thousands of dreamers who share our passion, we create connections that give today's systems tomorrow's capabilities, to protect what matters and create solutions where it counts. It all starts with a spark, an idea, a belief, a commitment to partnership. A commitment to excellence.
Hi, and welcome back to Revolution.Aero. Absolutely delighted to have people joining us from all over the world for this sessions over the next 3 days. I'm now delighted to hand over to David Norton in Dallas, Texas. David is a partner and head of the aviation practice at Shackelford. And David, great to see you. Over to you.
Hello, Alasdair. It's good to see you again. How are you?
Good, you?
I am good, thank you.
Right, I'm going to let you take over. You've got a great panel.
Very good. Well, I have two fantastic panelists, and if you all can bring them up, let me introduce them very quickly. I'm going to start with Katie Kentfield, and she's here on behalf of Senator Jerry Moran. So let me explain who Senator Moran is, and then I'll introduce Katie. So Senator Moran is the senator from Kansas. He was elected in 2010. He serves as the lead Republican on the Appropriations Subcommittee on Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies. That deals then with a lot of various regulatory agencies, such as NASA and FAA and so forth. And as a member of that committee, he is, among other things, a very strong advocate for the aviation industry, which is how that's going to tie into us. So I'm delighted to have Katie here, who is a legislative correspondent for Senator Moran. She specializes in transportation, aviation, and technology issues. She's been working with the senator for a couple of years. She's a native of Shawnee, Kansas, and has worked very closely with the senator on the particular act or bill that we are here to discuss today. So Katie, welcome. I appreciate you participating.
David, thank you very much for the welcome. I'm very excited to participate on today's panel and talk about the great work that's being done in the Senate and efforts to help move advanced air mobility forward.
Perfect, thank you. My other panelist I'm absolutely delighted to introduce is Ed Bolin. Ed has been the president and CEO, just a phenomenal, very effective, very good president and CEO of MBAA since 2004. So I've known you for years. Before that, he was the CEO of GAMA, General Aviation Manufacturers Association. He has quite an impressive background. In 2001 was appointed by President Bush as a member of the Commission on the Future of the U.S. Aerospace Industry. He was also nominated by President Clinton to serve as a member of the Management Advisory Council to the FAA from 2000 to 2004. He's a board member of the National Aeronautic Association, and also an advisor on the Aviation Advisory Board of the Whyte Corporation. Before then, and this is kind of the cool tie, is he's from Kansas as well. I understand he's a phenomenal tennis player, and he also was a legislative director for Kansas, former Kansas Senator, U.S. Senator Nancy Kassebaum, where he did aviation type work, and he was also a general counsel to what is now the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Broad-ranging background. So I have two absolutely phenomenal panelists here who are very qualified to help me talk today about something that I am super interested in, and that is the Advanced Air Mobility Coordination and Leadership Act. That's U.S. House Bill HR 1339 and U.S. Senate Bill S 516. And we're gonna dig into. First, we're gonna talk a little bit. I'm gonna try and put Katie on the spot and have her give us some of the background of where this bill came from. What it's on the face of the bill, what its goals are, and so forth, and what the current status is within the sausage-making efforts that constitute legislation in the United States. So let me start out with tossing that to Katie. Can you give us some background on the act, please?
Absolutely. So this act first came around when the senator was visiting folks in Salina, Kansas. He had a meeting scheduled with community leaders, Kansas Department of Transportation, universities, and a lot of folks were asking him to lead a federal effort that could start needed dialogue amongst federal agencies to help aid in the maturation of advanced air mobility. We've seen success there with Agility Prime on the defense side, and we were really looking forward to seeing it be successful on the civil side as well. And as folks may know, Kansas has a storied history of aviation, so much so that Wichita, Kansas holds the title of being the air capital of the world. And with over 450 aerospace manufacturers, Kansas communities have positioned themselves to be a leader in aviation ever since the Clyde Cessna days. So this is an act that was definitely important to the senator, and it would authorize the Secretary of Transportation to establish a working group with other federal agencies that would plan for the advancement of operating AAM aircraft. This working group would also be tasked to review and make recommendations for the federal role in the AAM sector beyond the initial critical stage of aircraft certification and operation, with focus on economic and workforce opportunities. So the senator is very excited to continue leading this effort as we move forward.
Awesome. That is a great summary of the act itself. It's not very long. It's about all of 2 pages long, but it's packed full of some pretty significant provisions, and the fact that it's going to pull together all of these agencies. So can you give us the status of where it is in the legislative process right now?
Yeah, I would be glad to. So in mid-May, it successfully passed out of Commerce by voice vote unanimously. So we are hopeful that it will pass similarly on the Senate floor and be hotlined there. So if a bill is hotlined, that means that no member within the U.S. Senate would object to its passage. And then in this case, it would be picked up by the House of Representatives. And we're hoping that they'll pick it up as well and move this effort forward. I know we've had great partners over there in Reps Davids and Graves. So excited to continue working with them and seeing this effort move forward.
Awesome. Thank you for that summary. So that's a good summary from the legislative side. Now I want to turn to Ed and talk a little bit about the industry side, although you have deep knowledge on the legislative process as well. But I'd love to, Ed, if you can kind of give some of your understanding of the background of how this whole topic has kind of morphed over time the last couple of years. MBAA has been right in the middle of all of this. So please share with us your thoughts on the history behind the act and where it's coming from.
I think the history of the act, and Katie did a great job of setting it up, the industry wants to go here. We recognize that, we've always been about on-demand air mobility. That's what general aviation's always been about. That's what business aviation has always been about. How do we get people where they need to be when they need to be there? And through the years, that's meant lots of changes in technology, from radial engines to piston engines to jet engines, from fixed wing, rotor wing, aluminum, composite, whatever it is, it's what technologies can we use to get people where they need to be when they need to be there, that on-demand air mobility. And I think what you're seeing is that the industry has been embracing this idea for quite a while. There's been a relatively clear vision, a lot of brilliant, passionate people, and now we're seeing a lot of capital flowing into the industry. So you have all the elements to be able to move forward. But we also recognize that aviation, appropriately, is a regulated, heavily regulated industry because safety is so important. And what we're seeing in the introduction of Senator Moran's bill is that we are effectively reaching out to the government, and what they are saying to us is, yes, we recognize this is an important part of our future. It's an important part of our economic engine, our transportation system, our world leadership in civil aviation, and they're embracing it. And that's what I think the senator's bill, the companion legislation in the House, is really all about. It's the government beginning to say, we recognize that there is a lot of potential here, and we want to help realize that potential, but we want to do it safely and appropriately. And that's where NBAA and other groups are working closely with the government itself to try to make sure that there's broad-based understanding on what we're trying to do and how we can do it safely. And again, get people where they need to be when they need to be there.
Awesome, thank you. That's a great summary of the overall industry participation. In fact, I want to drill down on that just a little bit. I've had the good fortune in the last, actually, I don't know how many Revolution.Aero events I've been able to attend and speak at. And I remember the first year I spoke, I felt like I was the big wet blanket because I and my good friend David Hernandez, we came in towards the end of the conference, and there had been just fascinating presentations on the technology and look how quickly this is all going to move forward and so forth. And then we got up and said, yeah, well, the government doesn't move that fast. It's gonna take a while. It took us 10 years to work with DOT to come up with an air charter broker rule, right? It's nothing moves fast, and that's by design, on good purpose. Quite often, if you're dealing with safety, you want to make sure that that's done right. That being said, technology, and it's always been the problem, is technology tends to outpace the regulatory oversight that applies to that technology. And as I've talked to a number of different folks in the FAA, I've talked to a lot of different people in the industry. I'm as a pilot and my former profession in the military and so forth, just fascinated by the technology. So I've had a lot of interest in the policy, and part of the policy is how do you strike the balance of enabling the technology to do all these cool things, but at the same time keeping people safe. There had been initially a lot of focus on the vehicle registration, the vehicle design and certification, but I was always concerned because there had been less focus on the operational side of the house. What people are talking about doing, to peel back the onion a little bit more, is really a Part 135 on demand type operation for those of us in the United States, the charter rules. But the charter rules do not in any way contemplate the type of activity that this is, where there's no such thing as a per seat sale as a general rule in Part 135. So the feedback that I've been getting, and Ed, I'd like to hear your thoughts, because I know you've been very active. MBAA has been hosting a roundtable, AM roundtable, and Katie, I'd love your feedback too. But I think the approach that I'm hearing is that they're going to base, the FAA's more so than I've ever seen, do more of a lean forward attitude of, okay, operators, bring to us your proposals. We will evaluate them. We'll issue exemptions to allow operations, and we'll basically test that instead of us just going ahead and writing rules first and then looking for feedback later. So number one, I don't know, Kate, if you've heard anything as you've been talking to the agencies and so forth, or Ed, on the roundtable, if you guys can comment on that, or am I totally wrong, or can you flesh that out a little bit? I don't know. Katie, do you have anything to add to that?
I think that as these conversations develop, we do want to make certain that we are somebody that the FAA can come to and folks in industry can come to as well. I think that Ed may have more insight on this particular item with the AM roundtable at NBAA.
Yeah, Ed, do you want to pick up?
Well, first of all, David, let me go back to an important comment that you made, and that is, you're an aviator. And I think one of the things we know about aviation is the best way to promote safety is to promote situational awareness, knowing what the environment is. And I think that's something where NBAA, with its Advanced Air Mobility Roundtable, has had really good communication with the FAA, which has long been doing a really great job on the certification of the aircraft. Now, as that pathway is more defined, we're moving into the operational world, and we need to connect air traffic organizations with airports, with the safety organization. And so we've been working closely with the roundtable to facilitate some of those conversations. And I think what we have seen is that we're really encouraged by the FAA's efforts to come together and promote the industry. So I had an opportunity in March to host a town hall with the FAA Administrator Steve Dixon, who came on and announced the creation of an executive council at the FAA that was designed to make sure that all of the different branches of the FAA were meeting in executive session to make sure they understood what each other was doing. We've also worked directly with the various branches of the FAA to promote the industry. And an example of that would be our Senior Vice President of Government Affairs, Krista Lucas, is the former head of airports for the FAA. In meeting with the airports, we heard about a draft and an advisory circular they were doing for heliports. Candidly, the heliport AC was distinct from the vertiport AC, And there really wasn't a lot of communication. And the result of that was the heliport AC really had some language that appeared to prohibit some AAM operations at heliports. We've been able to address that, increase the communication on what the words say, what they mean, and we think when the final AC comes forward, it will allow some of those AAM operations at heliports. Something distinct from the vertiport issue that we'll get to. So I think what we're seeing is a lot of good communication, and I think we're seeing it both with industry and the executive branch, but also between the executive branch and Congress. A great example of that was we just had a board of directors meeting. Steve Dixon met with our group, talked about all he was doing for AAM. Consequently, coincidentally, a few days later, I was with Senator Moran, who said the FAA administrator had just been in his office and they were talking about AAM. So I think there really is good communication going on across the board. We're enhancing that situational awareness of all that's going in here. And I think, as I said before, there's a lot of enthusiasm at all branches of the government for what is happening with AAM.
So let me ask, thank you, that's fascinating. So thank you for that background. So now I want to broaden it out a little bit and kind of go back to Katie. And Katie, you and I had not chatted about this, but so I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you a question. I thought one of the fascinating things from the Act is that what it primarily drives is, as you all had already described, is the formation of a kind of a committee or a group that's going to come together and study the issue and come up with proposals. And you have included in the Act not only DOT and FAA and NASA and NASA, but also the Departments of Defense, Energy, Commerce, Homeland Security. You've directed towards, manufacturers, industry groups, and so forth. Can you talk to me a little bit about the thinking of that broad palette of agencies that you wanted to involve? And I'm curious, as you were working on drafting the legislation, if you had any dialogue with them, if you had interest from those agencies in participating. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. I think one of the important reasons by making certain that this is an interagency working group that incorporates up to 10 agencies and even more if the Secretary of the Department of Transportation sees fit, is to make certain that we're doing our role within the federal government to make sure that we can help this industry advance. We don't want to be a hindrance whatsoever. So if we can get the ball rolling now and have those conversations with industry folks and stakeholders of this industry, then I think we're better off long-term as we continue to, in this group would be responsible for creating an AAM national strategy. So as they provide reviews and recommendations to Congress as to policies that should be enacted to help mature this industry, I think it's really important to make sure that a lot of folks have a bite at that conversation. And we want to be certain we're not missing anything on our part in crafting that legislation. So I think for a bill that just gets that conversation started and creates recommendations that would be necessary for the future of advanced air mobility, it's better to have all of these groups included.
To continue to carry that forward, with the language of the bill. I mean, I keep calling it's not a statute yet; it's a bill. The group main goal would be to provide a review. I'm reading some of the text. Provide a review and examination of the factors such as safety and security, so forth. Federal policies that can be leveraged to advance necessary infrastructure and so forth, and then issue certain proposals. The original timeframe was hopefully by late 2022. I was curious, as your office, as the senator was drafting this legislation and working with the other sponsors and your staff, can you flesh out a little bit more of the end product that you see? Do you think it's going to lead to additional legislation? Is it going to lead to some type of additional rules or regulatory oversight policies? Tell me a little bit more about what the senator is envisioning as far as the end product of the act. Does that make sense?
Yes, that definitely makes sense to me. I think that the senator is seeing this as the baseline legislation that could quite possibly lead to further items that could help advance this industry. And I think at the beginning of the bill, you see what the goals and objectives here are. We want to further U.S. leadership, grow new transportation options, amplify economic activity and jobs, advance environmental sustainability, have new tech. And I think that through the proposals that the working group would be able to develop and looking at community preparedness, as well as making sure that the workforce is prepared and ready to undertake this industry and has the tools it needs, are going to facilitate a lot more conversations as we move into the upcoming year. It already has started many conversations amongst folks that we've been able to continue to engage in. But I'm hopeful that the proposals that are reported to Congress will only create a pathway for more opportunities to help this industry.
Very good. Thank you. Fascinating. So Ed, I'm going to toss it back to you and ask you to follow up. I know from your industry side, your view on that side of the table, what do you MBAA is just so plugged into so much of this. What can they bring to the table? What are some of the, are you aware of any thoughts on, for example, infrastructure legislation or other things that NBAA can help promote appropriately? What are the good things? Where can you fit in on this process?
Well, I think, again, as Katie pointed out, what Senator Moran and others are saying is this is important to the future of the United States. How do we work together to get this done, make the vision a reality? And so that's a big part of what the AAM Roundtable is about, bringing the various leaders in this industry together, talking about what the government can do to create an infrastructure that we can all build upon. And so an example of that, as you pointed out, infrastructure legislation is a key topic on Capitol Hill. A lot going on. Sometimes it's one step forward, one step back, two steps forward, one step back. But clearly, we're looking at an opportunity to get a major infrastructure bill or bills done this year. And so we've got the traditional surface transportation, the broader transportation, and then what's being talked about as the human infrastructure type bill. And so there's a lot going on. What we want to do is make sure that all of aviation, including advanced air mobility, is considered in this legislation. We've worked with our group to develop a proposal that would allow for planning and construction grants to be available through an infrastructure bill. Senator Moran and the other champions for civil aviation in the United States, I think are looking carefully at it and enthusiastic about where we go from here on building an infrastructure where all of these smart, passionate, brilliant, visionary people want to go. And I think it's an exciting opportunity as we see one of the few areas where there appears to be an effort at bipartisan progress being made on the topic of infrastructure.
Fascinating. Thank you. Thank you. So I know I'll observe a couple things real quick. One is I think we have about 5 minutes left or so. I know that Hannah had told me before we started that they were getting some very interesting questions, but I don't know that we're going to have time to take questions from the audience. Although I see Al just in one, so I want to try and answer this one very quickly, and then I guess we have about 10 minutes remaining. There's one other topic that I want both Katie and Ed to share their thoughts on, and maybe we'll try and answer some questions at the end. I did want to point out on this platform, the really cool thing with the platform this year is you're connected with the speakers, and I think it's, if I can speak for Katie and Ed, I know for me, people are more than welcome to reach out to me separately through the platform, and if I can answer a question, I'll try and do that. So even though the session's over, I think we'll be available for that. So one question I'm going to answer real quick that Al just sent me was, and it was from Mike Francis. Are you getting an impression that the FAA will take a more hands-on approach to certification? And I'm not sure if they mean operational certification or probably vehicle certification. The feedback I'm getting is that, yeah, they're taking a much more hands-on approach, and that's been going very quickly. And the people that I have talked to within the FAA on the operational side, I've gotten a lot of feedback that there is a lot of interest in it, and that they do want to be involved, and they don't want to take quite the sit back and wait attitude that was in the past, because we just don't have time to do that. Ed, do you have any additional insight into answering that question?
Well, I think you're exactly right, David. The certification of the aircraft is pretty straightforward. We're working toward Part 23, and there's a lot of companies that have made a lot of great strides in that area. With regard to the operational area, I think what the FAA is trying to do is it is trying to balance what comes forward as operating models, be able to facilitate those initially through exception. So you will get an exemption to do some type of operation until it is clear where the whole industry may be going. So I think what the FAA is trying to do wisely is not pick winners or losers, but allow the marketplace to begin to move forward and prove itself. And they're doing that, though, by making sure that all areas of the FAA understand what is happening. So I think it is a more proactive approach, but it is also one where they're not trying to put their finger on the scale and prejudge anything. So I think what we see is they're currently facilitating operations through exemptions, with the plan that as we understand more and have data, we can then build a regulatory environment that will be responsive to the marketplace, and of course underscore the important safety role that the FAA is their primary purpose.
Very good. Yeah, and that makes sense, and that's very consistent with what I've been seeing in the people I've been talking to. Well, and I don't know, Katie. I don't know if Katie, if you wanted to. I don't know if you have anything to add to that. You don't have to if you don't.
Ed said it best.
As is quite often the case. Well, there's one last topic I wanted to touch on, which I think is fascinating. It's going to be integral to the success of this new technology, and that's public acceptance of AAM. And I think, so I'll say at the top, I think this act is a great idea, because I think that's going to help a lot with public acceptance, because it's bringing, as Ed indicated earlier, transparency, and I think it's bringing more organization and kind of unified thought and approach. But, you know, as I've heard a little bit today, I've heard in some of the previous conferences, you know, the big question is, are people going to be comfortable walking in with their little cell phone app, jumping on this little airplane and flying someplace? And Ed and I were talking before the session started, and I posited two crazy ideas. One of them was, I think with the advent of, well, and this sounds silly, but you know, with Star Wars and the Jetsons and all the things that have happened in the last 10 years as far as our social entertainment, it seems to me that it's become much more normalized, that this kind of travel doesn't seem quite as foreign as it would have been to somebody, you know, in the 1930s or 1940s. That being said, I think, and my big fear is that first, to be blunt, first accident that's problematic, that's going to send a shockwave through the system. And so the people that are organizing this and manufacturing need to, obviously, and I think they are being very cognizant of that, because it's not going to work if people don't accept it, if they don't trust that what they're stepping into is a safe operation. So that's kind of setting the table. Katie, I'm sure that that's been part of the discussion with, as you were looking at this legislation. Can you chat about that?
I'd love to. This topic rings close to home as well, seeing that this was a bill that was brought to the senator by Kansans. I know that Kansan manufacturers, when it comes to acceptance, are on board. They're already implementing digital technologies like AI, machine learning, mass production of current FAA certified aircrafts, and they're ready to begin AAM. So we're ready from the manufacturing perspective, but I know when I think about it in my personal life, I live in Washington, D.C., and traffic congestion is probably one of the biggest problems around 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 6 p.m., and so you definitely see a need for transporting folks civilly. People want a new mode of transportation that's faster and more efficient. And then I'm also from Kansas, where people would really utilize AAM for the transportation of cargo, and that could make our supply chain more robust. So I think that there are a lot of benefits when it comes to advanced air mobility that could really help when it comes to community acceptance. And I think the first place to start in order to garner support for this industry is through having conversations and talking about those benefits and talking about the folks who are manufacturing these aircrafts and how incredibly qualified they are to do so. So that's my take on it.
Very good. Thank you. Excellent. Ed, do you want to keep going with that? What's your thoughts?
I'm excited about the opportunity to, for all of us to work collectively to promote this industry to the public, because in a lot of ways, I think this is an industry that reflects public sentiment. We know that people, as Katie articulated, they want to have more mobility. Cargo mobility is clearly something that we're all focused on. People want sustainability. People want quiet modes of transportation. And so when we look at what we're trying to do here, it's leverage the technology that is available and create a safe, sustainable mode of transportation that builds on that long-held American desire to go where you want, when you want. And that's really, again, on-demand air mobility is what we're talking about. The technologies underscoring that right now are what come together with the advanced air mobility. But this is about moving people and products around the country and around the world safely, securely, sustainably. And I think that that's why there's so much excitement about what we're doing here today. It's about facilitating the electrification of aviation. And we've talked, Kenny Dichter talked in the opening about sustainable aviation fuel and other things. But in a lot of ways, what we're doing is very much in line with public sentiment. We just need to make sure that they understand that it's safe and that it's secure and that they can be comfortable with this mode of mobility.
Fantastic, thank you. Well, I think that's we're kind of wrapping up our time here. So first of all, I want to say thank you so much, Katie and Ed, for giving us your time today and your insights. Thanks to Senator Moran and the other sponsoring senators and members of the House, because I think this is a really exciting development. The last couple of years I've been to the conference, and I've always been concerned that it was kind of scattershot and it wasn't very organized, and it wasn't, I mean the industry is overall, because there are lots of great ideas, but something needed to help bring focus to it. And I think this act, or this proposed act, has a chance to really do that, to provide a really nice framework and get all of the right agencies talking to each other and get a really good process going, a policy going. And it's going to take incredible people like Katie who are helping to keep things rolling on the Senate, and people like Ed and other industry groups that'll keep that rolling. So my thanks to you for the participation and for the discussion today. Alasdair, I don't know if are you lurking in the background? Did you want to say anything else as we close out?
No, that was great. Thank you so much, Ed, Katie, and to you, David. That was brilliant. Thank you very much.
Very good.
And that was a great panel. I think a really fascinating one and very useful. So the pressure is now on Adam Twidle from One Sky. Adam's been an aviation entrepreneur for a long time. He was originally a pilot, RAF, then NetJets. Then he and his wife founded Private Fly, which they sold to Directional. And now he's heading up electric aviation at Directional or One Sky. So I'm delighted to hand over to Adam. And for some of you may have realized, there's just been a very big soccer game in Europe between England and Germany. And because we didn't want the moderator to be distracted, we deliberately chose Adam, who's Scottish, knowing that Scotland would already be out at this point. Adam, over to you.
Well, at least we got the draw against England, which was what it was all about. But yes, Al, welcome back to all those English fans who are now stumbling back from the pub, celebrating their amazing 2-0 win over Germany. And Harry Kane managing to get a goal after not scoring for a long time. So superb news for England, and hard luck to Germany. So on with the panel. Thanks for joining. We're here to talk about batteries, and we've got 4 of the leading aircraft manufacturers to join us. George from BAE Aerospace, Alan, Sky Dweller, hi, Brian, Bruno from Metrohop, and Kevin, of course, from Ampere. Thank you, guys.
Pleasure to be here.
You know, it's really funny because in my previous role of selling charter flights, when I would meet somebody new and they would ask you what job you did and you would explain that you are in private aviation, the first question that people would be ask you is, well, how much does it cost to fly by private jet? And now that I find myself immersed in the world of electric aircraft, and you meet somebody new, and I'm sure this happens to you guys as well and to everybody in the audience, you say you work with electric aircraft, and the response is, really? Electric aircraft? Well, how far can they fly? And my normal response is, well, it depends on the length of the extension cable, which gets a bit of a laugh. But then you get the discussion moving on to batteries, and of course, there's lots of factors, lots of specifications with batteries. There's the cost, and we'll talk about that in a bit. There's the size of the battery, the weight of the battery, the life expectancy of the battery. How many times can you charge this thing? And then there are two really sort of geeky engineering terms that the chemists love to speak about, and that's energy density and power density. And you guys will know all about that. And if I could pick on you, Kevin, you very kindly offered to give us all a kind of a Noddy's idiot guide to those two terms. And your challenge is to kind of do that in 3 minutes so we all have a bit more of an understanding. Thanks,
Sounds
Kevin.
good. Would be happy to. So I'm sharing some slides here if we want to put them up. Great. So in a few minutes here, I'll go through some of the basics around batteries, and hopefully that lays a foundation for the rest of the conversation. So I'll talk a bit about the cell level, where we think about the voltage, energy density, the power density, the C rating, and the shape of the cells, about how we put together battery packs by putting cells in parallel and series, and then how this all touches into the vehicle design, the trade-offs between power and energy, and then of course safety factors. So the very basics of battery cells, we've got active materials that are electrochemically dissimilar. This means that we can get a voltage potential between those two sides. So that's really characteristic of the cell voltage, is the types of materials you're using. And we have to look at the energy. The energy stored in a cell is driven by how much material you're able to package into that cell. As you could imagine, the more material you put in, the more weight the cell has. And so that energy density, so how much energy can you hold per unit weight, is really critical. And you'll hear energy density, gravimetric energy density. These are all in the watt hours per kilogram. So one of the really key factors for considering the cell type. And then you've got the cell power. So this is driven by how large of a surface area is the cell. And generally will drive, when you're, let's say, taking off in an aircraft, whether conventional or vertical takeoff and landing, those are high power requirements. And so the cell type really drives that on cell power. We got C rating, which is a normalization of power to the size of the pack. So how fast can the cells be discharged or charged? And then the shape. There are a variety of ways that you could package cells, whether those are in cylinders or in pouches or in other sorts of prismatic casings. Of course, then that leaves us the fun opportunity to look through all the different chemistries and compare the different characteristics, the energy, power, safety, performance, lifespan, and cost of these cells. And then from there, once we've chosen a cell, you can integrate into a pack level. And there's still some knobs to turn when you're developing a battery pack. In particular, you've got what's called the alignment of the cells either in series or in parallel. So series is about putting cells, think about them as tip to tail. And when you put them as tip to tail, kind of like stacking up your AA batteries, you're increasing the total voltage of that stack. Now, if you wanted more power, you would be able to put those stacks side by side and get a higher amount of energy out of those cells. And so really by playing with the number of cells in series and in parallel, we can tailor the voltage, energy, and peak power capability of the system. And so finally, as we look at the pack sizing for aircraft propulsion, you've got your C rates, you've got your energy density on the x-axis, you've got your power density on the y-axis. And by looking at these sets of requirements, you can ultimately determine which cells meet the requirements or which pack types meet the requirements for my vehicle type. And anybody who's in electrified aviation knows that you really have to tailor it. It's not one size fit all. And that's hopefully a good foundation to kick off the rest of this conversation. So thanks.
Yeah, and I was going to complicate it a little more by adding that in our case, we actually use 2 types of battery packs.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Bruno. We're actually going to ask everybody individually now to talk about their batteries that you guys are using in your aircraft. So we'll lead off with you, Bruno, in a second. But what I would like to do at the end of this panel is get a poll about everybody's confidence about battery technology today. Is it good enough to get us all through the certification process? So this is going to be the question. This is a sneak preview. The poll is not live yet, but we'll be putting that up at the end. So once everybody's explained what batteries they're going to be using and what's the specifications, we'll pop that up at the end. So thanks for that. So yes, Bruno, please explain. I think your battery use would be very different than other people. So maybe you can tell us all about it.
Sure. I mean, without getting into the specific chemistries, but we're basically using one battery pack with very high power density for our takeoff run, because we use on the MetroHop plane, we use active landing gear, which means that we drive the airplane to takeoff speed. We don't use the propellers except at the end of the run, but basically to accelerate the plane to takeoff speed, we drive the landing gear wheels. And so we use a lot of power for that, where we get up in 6 seconds. We take up 60 meters to do that, and we get up to about 120 kilometers an hour for takeoff speed. And so there's a lot of power going into the drive wheel, and then there's a lot of power also going into the propellers, especially at the end of the run. And we're actually using downforce from the wings to hold the plane down so that we can accelerate, so we can get this high acceleration, so we can get to high velocity in a short time. So you can imagine that we're demanding a lot of the batteries at that point. So we actually have a separate battery pack, and we don't need a lot of energy density. The whole thing takes place in about 6 seconds. So we don't need a lot of power. We just in it for a long time. We just need a lot of power for a very short amount of time. So that's the basic overview.
Great. And how different is it for you, Alan?
Well, our application is, I think, probably quite a bit different than others, because we're a solar powered aircraft. So we are generating and we are charging our batteries during flight. And our C rate is incredibly low. So we charge at about 0.2 C, and we discharge at about 0.07 C, so less than 0.1 C. And so we don't have really any power density requirement. We are just almost absolutely focused on energy density. And so I think that puts us in a really unique position that of all the electric aviation projects out there, we care most about gravimetric energy density, and we're willing to sacrifice almost anything to improve that.
And of course, you would have had many learnings from the Solar Impulse amazing journey.
Yeah, it's probably worth mentioning. So the Solar Impulse program, right, which culminated in 2016 in the circumnavigation of the world. We are now in the process of unmanning that aircraft, which makes sense considering that the longest flight achieved during that time was 4 days, 21 hours. And with a pilot sleeping, an hour a day, going to top of Everest and back in an unpressurized cabin every day. you can get pretty worn out. And so for us, now we're unmanning that and we're aiming for pretty significant durations. And that adds another challenge to this mix too, is that we are going to be airborne for at least 90 days. And so when you look at the emergence of the new battery cells, whether that's, you know, lithium metal, lithium sulfur, oftentimes those have very short lifespans. And so when you look at a battery spec, oftentimes it's, what is the energy density on cycle number 1? Well, for a nickel magnesium cobalt battery, like we used previously to fly around the world, you're getting thousands of hours, thousands of cycles out of those, I mean. But with the lithium sulfur, lithium metal, some of those are getting 50 cycles, 100 cycles, maybe 200. So you really have to look at what is the gravimetric energy density for us at cycle number 90, because that's day 90. And that becomes the bottleneck for us. You know, some other interesting insights that we have there is that we've started to look beyond nickel, magnesium, cobalt to these lithium metals. The real challenge is, and what we found is talking with the battery providers, they're very focused on the cell and cell energy density, with the assumption that that translates to the module level. But oftentimes these have to be put into heavy mechanical compression, like 300 PSI. So you can take this really great module, right, that they built and they squeezed every last gram that they can out of it. But then you have to wrap it in some aluminum or steel enclosure to get the mechanical compression up, and it destroys the whole gravimetric energy density at the module level. And so that's kind of what we believe to be now the real state of the art, is figuring out how can you really come up with a module integrated on the aircraft with a very low gravimetric energy density.
Thanks, Alan. I was interested. I was watching George's reaction to what you were saying there. And George, you come from an instructor's background. So one, you must have had a lot of kind of perhaps scary moments back in the day of teaching pilots how to fly jets. And the amount of sleep that you probably get now is vastly more than what Alan was describing there. But also your mission length is going to be much shorter, because it's about instructing and lengths of sorties. So tell us all about the batteries that you'll be requiring.
Yeah, we are about as conventional as one might imagine with general aviation. The eFlyer 2 is a 2-seat primary trainer. It's got a 75 kilowatt hour battery pack. As Kevin was mentioning, you know, in terms of C rating, we're well under 1C for discharge, except for the takeoff phase, which is 1.2, 1.3. So very mild treatment of the cells. The convention of flight training is an hour to an hour and a half typical sortie. We have a 3-hour battery pack, so we're using about one third of the pack for a given sortie. So we got plenty of additional energy in reserve for a very typical training mission. We have a relatively high L/D. We have a 20 lift to drag ratio for the airplane. So to some extent, you could say it's glider-like. It's very aero efficient. You don't have the cooling parasite drag that you would typically have with a legacy piston engine trainer. So it allows the airplane to be much more efficient. It's very sporty. It has great climb performance, high speed, and in terms of the battery pack and the battery cells, sized just right for the primary training mission. eFlyer 4, the 4-seat airplane, of course, a battery pack about twice that size, because the utility of the airplane, and again, the arrangement of the cells and the modules is a reflection of the longer range, longer endurance, higher speed for a 4-seat typical general aviation airplane. Again, a high L/D, very low parasite drag. We don't carry that piston engine cooling requirement. So many advantages to electric. And of course, as everybody knows, we just announced the eFlyer 800, the turboprop category twin. And again, kind of carries the cell module system characteristics forward into a larger, faster airplane with a 500 nautical mile range. And of course, higher altitudes, which, as we were just kind of discussing, electric is very insensitive to density altitude. You don't have the payload fuel exchange, but you don't have the sensitivity to density altitude that a conventional airplane does. So electric can climb and enjoy higher altitudes and true airspeeds and take advantage of that aero efficiency.
Hey, George, just one thing which suddenly came to mind when I reflect on my Air Force training, which was all about aerobatics. And of course, a key area now for pilots is unusual positions and recovery from that. How has that had to influence your design of the aircraft to be able to turn it upside down?
Well, the primary mission for the eFlyer 2, Adam, is commercial pilot training. The eFlyer 2 is a primary trainer, eFlyer 4 an advanced trainer, and of course the broader 4-seat mission capability, longer range, higher speed, etc. The militarized version of the airplane, which will be forwarding on to defense and military use, will be the eFlyer 4 configuration. Rather than 4 seats, it'll be in a 2-seat. Then have the VHF, UHF military radio system and the ruggedized seats that have the requirement for parachutes, as you might imagine. Not just the full airplane parachute, the system for the aircraft as a whole, but individual parachutes as well required for the military. So,
well, that's good news for your future passengers who are flying from A to B. The pilots are not going to be turning them upside down, so their champagne is going to be okay.
Indeed, we go on to military. We'll do that, but for the civil training, it's quite straightforward.
Let's keep it smooth flying for now. Kevin, tell us about your batteries.
Sure. So we're taking a slightly different approach on the electrified architecture, working with hybrid electric systems first. So still having some combustion component there, which means that we've even got a different flavor of a battery pack than others who have spoken here. So near term, we're working with pretty conventional chemistries. So your NMC, your NCA, these are the same types of chemistries that you'd see in the commercial electric vehicle industry. In the longer term, we are tracking some more advanced and emerging cell technologies, whether those are the, for example, silicon doped anodes or lithium metals. We think that there are some really exciting there's some really exciting progress being made out there. But for our application, we're not looking for a pure energy cell, right? So very different than the 90-day loiter, very different C rate requirements. So an energy cell, if it was purely energy, best in class, maybe you're getting a 2 to 3 C rate. On the hybrid system, though, because we're using our electric battery to help on the takeoff and climb phase, we're looking for relatively high power for about 5 to 10 minutes at the beginning of each flight, and then of course if you have a divert later in the flight. And so that drives a higher C rate. So we're sometimes looking at kind of between, call it 5 and 10 C, which is relatively high. And part of the reason is because, if you remember, the C rate is normalized by the size of the battery pack. So while in a fully electric vehicle, like one of George's, you'd have a relatively large battery pack that carries you for the full endurance of the flight. In a hybrid system, those packs are actually quite a bit smaller. So even though maybe the power requirement is similar, the actual C rate in the hybrid is higher, which similarly drives a slightly different selection of cells. And then similar to, or I guess one of the things that touches into the battery selection is also how are you looking to charge these battery packs. And one of the opportunities you have with hybrid Similar to when you have solar cells on the plane, you can trickle charge the cells over time and actually have a charge sustaining hybrid rather than a charge depleting electric vehicle. And so that enables you to be infrastructure independent, especially because we're looking at commercial applications where opening up numerous airports, or about 5,000 airports that could be served by these products. The scale out of charging infrastructure alongside the planes, we want to make sure we'll be able to do quick turnarounds at any destination without requiring the charging at the final destination, especially for our initial products.
So this is great news. You guys are all sounding really confident about the battery technology of today to get you through certification. It's interesting because I think if we did another poll of the audience and asked, how many people were driving electric cars, I bet you the Revolution.Aero audience is a real high adopter of electric cars. Here in the UK, we're all going to be driving them from 2030 onwards, or at least you won't be able to buy a conventional combustion engine. So lots and lots of people are talking about electric cars at the moment. And I've been driving them for the last 7 years. And I am probably the worst person to look after a battery. I completely ignored all the manufacturer's advice, and I charge our electric cars up to 100% every time. And I'm probably not helping the long life of that battery by doing so. I'm a very sensible driver on the road, though. I keep it off those crazy modes. But George, can I ask you, flying an airplane, as pilots, we all get used to looking after an engine and the different types of engines and protecting the life of the engine. How are we going to have to learn about flying with a battery? Are there things that you've learned already that you can share?
Indeed, and some of the audience knows that we've been flying for years and years. We converted a Cessna many years ago to electric and had a single seat prototype a couple of years after that, and we've been flying the eFlyer developmental prototype now for over 4 years. So we have an amazing portfolio of test data that really talks to us about battery technology as it is, and of course projections to what it will be. But I think the key thing for us to understand is that there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about what we'd call a cycle, or 0 to 100% back to zero, as we define from an engineering or technology perspective, a characteristic of a cell. When we actually function in operations with an airplane, we don't run our Piper out of fuel typically, nor do we, of course, run an electric airplane out of energy. We have a VFR 30-minute reserve, which keeps us out of that deep depth of discharge arena. The battery likes that. Battery cells respond nicely if you don't take them all the way through to zero state of charge. On the top side, 80, 85, 90% state of charge, the battery's like a sponge. It can take that energy in nicely, doesn't feel a lot of pain in terms of cycle life impact. And then with charging software, both in the battery management system as well as the level 3 kind of state-of-the-art chargers, the desire overnight to bring it back up to 100%, you like to start that first mission of the day at 100%, it's a trickle charge, it's gentle. As you get 90, 95%, the amount of push into the cells, into the modules, is diminished. As the closer you get to 100%, the more gentle the amount of electrons transferred. And that is the way we, and I think all of us in time now, will be managing the life of our cells, of our modules, and of course ultimately the airplane life. Great data being collected today telling us that if we treat those cells well, and in operating manuals and in software and all the things that we can do as a manufacturer, when we hand that airplane to a customer, they're going to have a great result.
Is anybody planning and offering guarantees on the battery?
Well, again, from a technology perspective, when you look at a tech spec, engineering, cycle life, cell, C rates, and so forth are against kind of the brutal edges. Zero state of charge to 100%, back to zero at the extreme, high temperature, low temperature, etc. But when you're managing the cell wisely, and in typical operations, the cycle life is an entirely different equation. And of course, that's reflected in operating manuals and maintenance manuals. And then, of course, there's data recorded feedback to the flight schools presenting, good job, you're managing them well, or, go easy because, some of the behaviors are going to diminish that cycle life.
Drawing some parallels to existing private aviation aircraft and civil aircraft, often people talk about the cost of the engines compared with the overall cost of the aircraft. Now, I guess we will start having to kind of lump batteries and motors together with inverters. It's complicated, isn't it? There's a lot of chips in there. There's lots of things controlling these devices. It's going to be expensive, isn't it? What roughly what percentage of the overall cost is this the battery and the motor is going to be?
Well, I think an important way to think about it is true life cycle cost instead of just the single unit upfront cost. For an operator, especially a commercial operator, that total cost of ownership is really what's key. And so when you're, in addition to the upfront cost, which batteries are relatively expensive, and the motors and inverters, especially in the earlier units, are going to not be much less expensive than, for example, the combustion for us turboprop engine that would be replaced. When you look at the total life cycle, all the fuel saved, the maintenance that's saved, you're actually a lower cost to own and operate vehicle. And the price point that we believe we'll be able to hit is actually at around the cost of a new turboprop engine, or I mean, when large number of units are delivered, maybe even at the cost of an engine overhaul for one of these turboprops, which is $600,000. So it's not too small, but in the life cycle cost of an airplane, it's actually quite reasonable.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that too. It's just that we've seen the improvement in battery density and power density in these batteries has not improved very much each year, but the costs of these batteries is plummeting. I mean, that's the one thing we're seeing is probably with the introduction of so many electric cars and just the use of batteries, the cost of the batteries is really coming down, which again is helping with the overall cost. If you're looking at much lower maintenance on the overall aircraft, it's just so many fewer moving parts, and now with the battery prices coming down, it's really becoming a very promising future, basically.
So Bruno, you think that the battery price will continue to fall? Surely, as you guys are producing hundreds of these vehicles, will there be a supply problem that the car industry is facing?
I don't know. I can't answer that. So far, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Again, we don't know what the battery chemistries of the future are going to be. Some of these battery chemistries are turning to aluminum. There's an overabundant supply of aluminum in the world. So it just depends where this is all going. I don't think there is a known answer to that, where that's going.
George, you want to?
Yeah, I would just add, the great consumers of our cells aren't all of us. There's many demands on these cell advances that we welcome, but by pure volume and numbers, of course, aviation is a tiny fraction of ground transportation, EVs, and other utilities for these great cells that are being developed today. I think the key thing to just kind of absorb for all of us, at least for conventional takeoff and landing aircraft, normal category, Part 23, Amendment 64 kinds of airplanes, is, as Kevin was pointing out, operating cost. The airplane itself is going to be roughly par in the total assembly of motors, batteries, inverters, controllers, battery management systems, and such. Otherwise, a conventional configuration. But operating costs, at least for all electric, is about 1/5 that of a legacy Piper, Cessna, Cirrus type of aircraft. That's disruptive to an industry that we all love, to a great total addressable market and new possibilities. Of course, not just general aviation as it is, but general aviation as it could be, reflecting a just gigantic reduction in operating costs. And when I portray that number, again, it's not a projection. That's based on real experience, flying real aircraft over years now. But you look at the cost of energy as opposed to the cost of fuel. You look at the cost of maintenance as opposed to a conventional piston engine or turbine engine aircraft. You take out that overhaul piece and reflect on an electric motor that's pretty much bulletproof, 10,000 hour kind of a motor. That changes the equation, and we include in that figure an entire battery replacement reserve. So we're accepting the broader maintenance, the broader equation of maintaining these aircraft in that operating cost projection, but 1/5.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's almost like we all have to get together now and do this educational process of explaining to the buyer to look at the life cost of this aircraft.
Exactly.
One of the biggest uses of fuel, of course, is heating houses and cooling houses. And unfortunately, when someone comes to replace a boiler in their house, it's normally an emergency purchase. Something's gone wrong. The mother-in-law is coming around for lunch tomorrow, and you've got to get a new boiler. And it's a shame these purchases are so rushed, because you need to take your time and look at the cost of that boiler over the whole life. And I absolutely see what you're talking about there, George, with operating aircraft over 30, 40, 50 years, perhaps. What's the cost saving? It's going to be incredible. It's great. Alan,
I think it's worthwhile pointing out that when we start talking where we operate, which is pure energy battery, right? Which is right now, looking at lithium metals and some solid state solutions, these generally have a low lifespan. And when you're operating these batteries and they last for about 100 cycles, or in our case, which would be exactly 100 days, and you're trying to operate 365 days a year, well, that battery no longer is an upfront capital expense as a part of the airframe. That is almost like a fuel surcharge, because you're now replacing those batteries every 3 months, right? And so now it's no longer a capital expense, it's an operational expense, just like fuel. And so as we work with these battery manufacturers, it becomes very important that we don't let the batteries fall into the trap of becoming an operational expense because their lifespan is low.
It's another interesting point that we've been asked is, do you think batteries are going to be a leveler for everybody who's manufacturing aircraft? Do you think the same technology is going to be available to you all, or do you foresee that one of the larger, more well-funded manufacturers might have some monopoly over a particular new technology?
I personally don't think that's going to be the case. I think that most of these battery manufacturers, their business models and their venture capital backers really don't want them to be limited and isolated to a single customer. I don't think their business models would support that.
We agree. We agree, Alan.
Yeah, and I think what you've seen here already is that there are different requirements across different applications. And so the idea that one company would be able to monopolize across all of it, I think, is unlikely. Similarly, the emerging technology, maybe one company will be better at innovating and will grab more and more of the new chemistries and whatnot. But it seems to be a pretty broad industry, and I would I'd be surprised if it all ended up consolidating.
But having said that, I think that there's a point to be made about the ramp up. We talked about the next generation batteries. So some of the manufacturers, one manufacturer we talked with, and we said, hey, we'd like to get a ship set for our aircraft. Well, they would have to, as we've gone through these conversations, they would have to ramp up to 3 shifts a day and produce for an entire year at their current production rate in order to build enough batteries for one of our aircraft. And so so obviously, once that market materializes, they'll have the ability to go build massive production facilities. But there will be a moment in time where, those big plants, they take time to build. And so there may be a monopoly, not due to business partnership, but due to production capacity.
Hey, we're gonna move into the vaccine debate shortly, and why the US and UK were so ahead of everybody, because they paid a bit more to guarantee availability. But hey, let's not cross over into that. So let's pause now. You guys have shown such confidence in the batteries of today. I wonder if the audience shares your belief that battery technology is plenty good enough now to get us all through certification. So
well, it's important to note this is for fixed wing conventional airplanes. This makes a huge difference here, that we're able to do what we can because we have very efficient aircraft.
And before the poll goes out, let's just remind people that a few of the companies here have been flying for years already with full-scale planes.
Good. The last pitches have gone in. Let's see if the audience agrees with you guys that the battery technology for conventional flying is good enough to get through certification. So that poll is live, if everybody could vote, and we'll come back to it shortly to see what the results are. Alan, we're all absolutely, everybody will congratulate the team of what they achieved flying around the world on solar energy. If any last reflections on lessons learned from that, in particular with the battery? What have you taken and what have you learned?
Yeah, it was really interesting. That process, we had to work with EASA and the FAA to get permit to fly over densely populated areas. Not trivial to do that, especially when you're carrying about 1,500 pounds or 650 kilograms of lithium batteries. One of the interesting things that comes out of that is when you're talking about electric aircraft, it's not just a matter of, hey, are these things going to catch fire and we got to shut them down? You shut down the batteries, you're now shutting down your flight. So working with the authorities on the certification process is not as, I guess, conventional as you may think. There's lots of different regulations, and it's really a customized process that we find working with them, and they're pretty good to work with if you provide them with all the data and you're transparent.
And to add to that, that's the other thing, is we're never going to be in the forefront of using the latest battery technology. Before we can put it on an airplane, we need to have data, real data, about how this battery performs in real life, not in the lab. And so you really want these batteries that have been tested either in computers or cars or whatever else with real data, so that then we can, feel safe about putting them on the airplane and being able to provide the certification authorities with the real data that they're looking for, and for our own peace of mind, obviously.
Well, thanks, gentlemen. The results are in, and it's fairly even, isn't it? We have really it's almost equal. Need to wait a little bit longer, 46. Today's batteries are good enough, 43, and the disbelievers are in the minority there. So many thanks to everybody for sharing all of what you've got in terms of battery technology today. Congratulations on everything that has been achieved so far, and we really look forward to flying in your aircraft very, very soon.
Wonderful. Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you. Hi to everybody. It's too bad we can't be together.
We will be together. Well, hopefully next year we'll be back in San Francisco. Thank you so much to Adam and the panelists. That was a great session. Thanks also to all our sponsors, Sol One, Aerotech, Hyundai, Pillsbury, Wheels Up, BAE Systems, MSC Software, Shackelford, Whyte and Case, and Whisk. Now delighted to hand over to Robin Riedel of McKinsey. Robin is a former pilot for a MIT aerospace graduate and current consultant at McKinsey. So I'm delighted to hand over to Robin now, who's going to take us through public use cases. Hi, Robin. How are you?
Hello, doing well, Alasdair. Thanks so much for having us.
No, thank you. It's all over to you now. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. Well, hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Very exciting discussion here about batteries and the rest of the program. And we're going to dive into a discussion now around public use cases. So things that are less about personal passenger transportation and more about things that do good for the public or take over some of the use cases that we want to see the public services provide. And so with that, we have a fantastic panel to have that conversation. So we're going to start off by inviting Carl Diedrich. Carl is a longtime fixture of this industry, of course, former founder of Terrafugia, and most recently leading Jump.Aero. Carl, thanks so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here. This is, I think, my second or third Revolution.Aero, and so it's great to come back year over year and see how things are exploding in this space. It's phenomenal. So do you want me to go right into what we're doing, or
why don't we introduce the other panelists and then we'll kind of get us kicked off. So
Fantastic.
Maybe secondly, we have Jolanta Wolf. Jolanta has been also a fixture in this industry for a while, really arguing for the inclusion of community thinking around it, and really leads with Kami, one of the more impactful organizations within that. Jolanta, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thanks, Robin. It's a pleasure to be here with you and with Carl, of course.
Great.
Good to see you, Jolanta.
You too, Carl.
And then we are also waiting on one additional person, Nate Diller, who is the head of AFWorks at the Air Force, longtime pilot, was Agility Prime, of course, led quite some investment in this space and some focus during the last years. I don't think Nate has gotten on yet, so I think we'll get started, and once he joins in, we'll kind of bring that conversation around. So maybe just to get us kicked off, public use cases is a broad range, right? Anywhere from firefighting to, medical services to, you name it. There's so many things that the public sector provides that use aerial solutions today or might use aerial solutions in the future that it don't really make sense today. And the two of you focus on slightly different parts of that, some overlap there. But why don't we get started by you telling us a bit of what are you actually working on? And how's the use case coming together? So maybe Carl, will start with you, and I think you have a few slides that you wanted to share as well.
Sure, yeah. Let me pull that up. All right, I've got my slides up. Can you see the screen?
Yep.
Fantastic. All right, so yeah, Jump.Aero is a relatively young venture. We're about 2 years old, and our goal is to leverage eVTOL technology to empower the fastest possible first response in an emergency situation. So in a medical emergency situation like a cardiac arrest, something of that nature, you lose blood flow to the brain, you start losing brain cells very quickly. Between about 3 minutes and 12 minutes, you go from fine and totally recoverable to you're dead. If you've got no oxygen getting to your brain. And the average first response time in rural areas in the United States is 14.5 minutes. So that's the average. So on average, if you have an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest in the United States, you're dead in a rural or suburban area where first response times can be long. When we saw this and we said, well, what can we do with this great new eVTOL technology? This seemed like perhaps the most impactful area where we could take this new technology and do something that is not being done today. What I mean by that is that at Jump.Aero, we're not trying to create a helicopter air ambulance. We're not doing a medical evacuation flight. Helicopters are really great at that. They're much larger eVTOL aircraft that will probably do that mission very well. What we are doing is something that is not done today by an aircraft. We're doing getting the first boots on the ground when you know where you're going as fast as possible, quite a bit faster than the ambulance. So for instance, in that rural scenario where I said on average it's 14.5 minutes, we can get that down to less than 6 minutes. And that includes the spool up, that includes the landing, et cetera, et cetera. And that is a fundamentally new form of aviation that is truly enabled by an all-electric aircraft, because you don't have a warm-up of your engine. You don't have to wait for the oil to warm up. You don't have to wait for the hot section of a turbine to cool down. We can make a very small aircraft that can land in a very tight area and truly get there faster than anything else. So as we like to say, we're creating the fastest way of moving a human being anywhere within about 60 miles from any 2 points. Don't have to be like along a street or anything like that. So truly the fastest way of getting between any 2 points. And that, leveraging that capability to go out and save lives provides not only tremendous value to the patient, but also to the insurance industry. And the people who pay the bills, the hospital bills. If you don't get there fast enough and you wind up having to stay in the hospital quite a bit longer. So when, I spent a number of years at Terrafugia looking at the air taxi business models and really coming to grips with a lot of the challenges of going into to that space as an entrepreneur, and looking at this not only seemed like, hey, we're doing something where there's a public good, but we're doing something that has the potential for a much higher rate of adoption. I point out here that there's over 12 million potential eVTOL deployments per year just in the United States for these missions. So we're talking about helping first responders save tens of thousands of lives each year. It really has the potential to move the needle. So we pulled together a really amazing team of folks. My co-founders, Jeff Myjack and Katerina Barilov, have both been involved in either aviation or entrepreneurship and production previously in previous lives. And as a consequence of the past 2 years having COVID had a big impact, we actually have built up a nationwide organization around the country to help us do this, along with some of the most experienced people in eVTOL. People have worked on programs like Joby, the HANA program, Terrafugia, the Corp program, et cetera, and pulled together these folks with the common goal of enabling a first responder to get to the scene of an emergency as quickly as possible with an eVTOL aircraft. So one of the reasons that I'm personally excited about this space, aside from the fact that I think we're doing something really great with an electric VTOL, is that I do really believe that it can provide the highest rate of growth in this emerging eVTOL sector and create a positive association for eVTOL technology. And the reasons why are there's actually a fair number of reasons. We have what's called the second mover advantage. Obviously, we've got companies like Joby that are really breaking new ground on the cert side of things. By being the fast second comer, we see less certification risk, less timeline risk. We're also a level 1 certification project instead of a level 2 cert project, meaning that the whole scope is somewhat smaller. There's the potential for a much faster time to market. We don't require significant charging infrastructure at all. In fact, because we're making a very small aircraft, it can be charged with something that is akin to what you might install in your garage if you own an electric car. So quite a bit less capital required to deploy a network. And because we're starting in rural and suburban areas, not trying to go fly in Bravo airspace, over major metropolitan areas, we see that the operations is fundamentally just being much lower risk operations. We're not trying to get into areas with lots of traffic congestion. This is a Part 91 operation, not a Part 135 operation. So we have fewer hurdles. If anybody's out there and trying to form a Part 135 operation, there are a lot of challenges in doing that now. particularly since everybody's trying to do it. Not having to do it is a major benefit. And the clear public good really should accelerate the adoption of the technology. Where some people might protest about, their rich neighbor flying over their house, there are relatively few people who are going to protest about a paramedic or first responder flying as fast as they can to an emergency to go save somebody's life. So for me, I really see this as a true win-win. It's something that can be a fundamentally new good for society, and one that can provide an attractive return on investment for me as an entrepreneur. So it's something that I'm really excited to be doing, and look forward to the conversation around these fantastic public use cases for eVTOL.
Great. Thanks so much for sharing that, Carl, and lots in there to unpack that we'll get into in the discussion. But maybe before doing that, Yolanda, do you want to share a little bit about what you're doing at CAMI and how you're looking at public use cases?
Absolutely. So CAMI, the Community Air Mobility Initiative, is a nonprofit educational association or organization, I should say, that I founded with my co-founder, Anna Dietrich, 2 years ago. And our mission is to support the responsible integration of the third dimension into transportation systems. So what does that mean? What that means is that we work at the state and local level to educate, to communicate, and to collaborate around advanced air mobility. We formed CAMI because we recognized a need. We recognized that while this industry was moving forward, while the technology was moving forward, and while at the federal level, regulators were certainly involved in work on standards and certification, nobody was having conversations with the communities where ultimately these aircraft will be implemented. So we formed CAMI to have those conversations. So we work with decision makers, with transportation planners, with business owners, with the media and the public to help educate about advanced air mobility, what it is and what its opportunities are and what its challenges are. We obviously do a lot of presentations. We have a number of resources on our website that are available to anybody. And then we run, our signature program is the Urban Air Policy Collaborative. This is a program that we started last year. It has two parts. The first is our cohort program. This is a 5-month deep dive program for public agency staff. We meet every 2 weeks for those 5 months. We've developed quite robust curriculum for those public agency staff that covers everything from the aviation aspects of advanced air mobility to community and environmental impacts, equity issues, integration into multimodal transportation systems, noise, privacy, planning for advanced air mobility, and economic and market opportunities. So that's our cohort program. We just wrapped up our second cohort. We're going to be starting our next one at the beginning of September. Our other program is our forum, and that is a regular online meeting with all the public agencies that have gone through our cohort program, our CAMI members, our expert contributors, where we roll up our sleeves, we pick a topic we want to tackle, and CAMI facilitates that conversation, brings in resources or experts as needed. So that's CAMI. That's who we are. We're working with NASA on their Community Annex program. We're broadly supported as a nonprofit across the spectrum of stakeholders, from OEMs. Shout out to Jump Aero as one of our members. OEMs, supply chain, to other associations, to airports, to departments of transportation, tribes. It's a broad spectrum, and for which is important to us. Our goal is to work with that broad spectrum But certainly our target stakeholder group are those state and local agencies, those communities where advanced air mobility will be implemented.
Great. Thanks so much for that overview, Alanka. And before jumping in the question, I believe we have Colonel Diller now by audio. There's some connectivity challenges, but Nate, can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear. Yeah, very sorry. How do you hear me?
We hear you really well. Thanks so much for joining. And look, we just kicked it off by quick introductions of what you're doing, each of you in the individual spaces. Maybe you can share a brief overview of what you have been up to from a public use perspective and public use cases at the Air Force.
Absolutely. First, thanks a lot for the opportunity here, and clearly between Yolanka and Carl, and great to see you again, Robin. It's been, I guess, a few weeks now. Really, it's impressive to see the community and events like this, the ability to reach across this broad set of stakeholders to move this forward, I think, very quickly. In particular, in some of those use cases that have multiple different sets of stakeholders. So for us, with the Agility Prime program, fundamentally what we're looking to do is be able to leverage some of the capabilities that the Department of the Air Force has that will help reduce some of the technical risk by use of our ranges, use of some of the engineering and flight test expertise. And so through that approach, we've been able to take several of the companies that are out there through some of our small business contracts and through what we've called our air race contracts to provide some of that technical rigor, eventually looking to reduce the regulatory risk. And so we have now had 3 different companies go through our airworthiness process. We're about to announce a 4th company that has gone through that Air Force airworthiness process. And the intent is to give these companies a sense of some of the regulatory due diligence that will be necessary. We look to the FAA of being kind of that final gold standard for certification, but this airworthiness allows companies to start doing some of that testing, and in particular that testing in the dual use areas, with the intent that eventually we're reducing some of the financial risk as well. That as we start to do our operational testing and go into early operational uses, it's an opportunity for the Department of the Air Force to be one of the early adopters for this technology and begin exercising things like some of our maintenance operations, some of the infrastructure needs, understanding some of the different approaches to communication and management of electric power systems. And so we started doing that. Our first exercise to this end was actually with, and this was publicly released just a few weeks ago, with Kitty Hawk Aviation, looking to see how we might be able to get first responders and look at what loading and unloading might look like for potentially someone who is injured in a medical evacuation situation. For us in the Air Force, we call that our personnel recovery. And interesting things came out of that. Something that helps you make it easier to pick up an injured airman, for example. There's traits of kind of that cabin design that are also conducive for making sure that you have compliance with American with Disabilities Act. So we've started exploring some of those public use cases. We see this medical evacuation being the first of many, whether it be delivering responders to the location or potentially evacuating someone who is actually injured. Those are some of the first things that we'll be looking at, as well as potentially delivering supplies. We've been very involved with some of the firefighting use case examples of being able to take supplies or personnel into some of those areas. So it's exciting to see as we start getting the hardware flying, seeing the operators bringing together the industry stakeholders, the engineers, the regulators, and see how we can really start to simultaneously attack some of these different challenges. So I think we're really just getting started, but appreciate the fantastic partnership of all the folks here and in the broader community.
Thanks so much for that overview, Nate. And there's so much to unpack here. So I'm going to go one by one. I want to start with certification. Both you talked about how doing some early things on these use cases will help build the certification basis and give us better understanding on how to go about it. And Carl, you mentioned the category 1 versus 2. Can we go a little bit more into detail and talk about what does that really mean if you're an OEM today, or if you're trying to build something? How does certification really differ for a public use case that might be a little bit more noble, or at least a bit more essential than passenger transport? So maybe we'll start with you, Carl. And just as a reminder to everyone, if you want to ask a question, please use the Q&A panel, and we'll make sure we'll introduce it here. So Carl, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So just to be clear, it's not fundamentally easier to get a type certificate just because you're doing a public use. However, if you have an aircraft that could satisfy a public need, an organization like the Air Force, which has independent authority to certify, they're a public use aircraft operator, can independently of the FAA type certificate process effectively certify and use an aircraft, which is a great thing. And that's one of the things that's really fantastic about the Agility Prime programs. Basically, they're leveraging that, right? That is able to help, right? Because you can move things forward in parallel on both fronts with the Air Force's sophisticated certification, airworthiness certification capability, as well as the FAA's, right? And that just helps, because a lot of time, particularly in an environment like we have today, where you might have 200 different companies out there, everybody's saying, help me, and the FAA has limited resources, and with a huge number of applicants. I think we heard earlier that there's on the order of 750 engineers inside the FAA, right? And there are like 200 potential applicants out there. There's going to be a resource constraint, let's say. And so having the Agility Prime program come out there, having what Nate has done with that is so important to our national competitiveness, frankly, in this emerging field. So I don't think I exactly answered your question, but I want to come back to what I referenced in my bit about a level 1 versus level 2 certification project. So level 1 certification project, for those who are not familiar, is like 0 or 1 passengers on board the aircraft. And a level 2 certification project, which comes with a correspondingly, it's higher up the safety spectrum, the risk spectrum, as the FAA looks at various different certification projects. The absolute top is commercial airline, and there's Part 25 certification project. Maybe business jets, things of that nature, where you've got a large number of paying passengers on board, that sort of thing. And then you can come down, and level 2 is what most of the air taxis are, where you have between 2 and 6 passengers on board. And level 1, where we are, 0 or 1 passengers on board, is sort of the lowest level of a manned certification effort for a type certificate. And again, what we're looking to do at Jump is basically leverage a lot of the work that is going in right now to create these cert bases and the means of compliance, in particular through ASTM standards, SAE standards, what have you, RTCA standards, et cetera. Leverage that work that is ongoing right now. Once it has been matured and proven that it can be a viable means of compliance to your cert basis, we know exactly what's going on. We know when we can pull it in, when the standard has been accepted, and pull that in, and thereby, by being the fast second mover, have a more efficient development program, right? That's our whole certification pitch in a nutshell, right? Is not only are we de-scoping dramatically what we have to do, but we're also kind of, by being a little bit late to the party, we're going to know much more specifically what exactly we're going to have to do. And part of that is we do want to stay abreast. So right now we have a draft cert basis, for instance, that we're working on, and we're updating it as necessary. We've engaged with the FAA's CC organization, Center for Emerging Concepts and Innovation, and is keeping a tab on where all these new companies are going and what they're doing. So there's just such a tremendous amount of activity going on in this space right now that I guess I can't overstate the importance of having an independent organization like the Air Force also come to the table and say, hey, we're willing to help out. because it's absolutely critical. So we've been a beneficiary of that at Jump Aero as well. We're a participant. We've got a couple of STTR contracts through the Air Force, and it's just been fantastic. So really exciting to see that there is that level of engagement and continues to be that level of engagement on the Air Force side of things. And Robin, did I answer your question, or did I?
I think you did, and then some, Carl. So thank you for that. Right. I think it made the certification part very clear. So now the other part that we talked about is the question of public acceptance, right? I mean, as we've seen through the other studies and other things recently, there's a bit of a hurdle to get people really comfortable around having, things zoom around them in the cities, and maybe having more essential, more noble use cases, as you pointed out earlier, Carl, having a paramedic fly in, you're willing to accept that, right? We all hate noise, but when it's an ambulance, we're kind of accept it, right? And so I think that's a big part of it. So how can some of these public use cases help us win over the public and get it ready for kind of the broader adoption of drones on eVTOLs? Maybe Yolanda, you want to kick us off, because I know you spend a lot of time thinking about that.
I sure do. Spend a lot of time thinking about it and talking about it. I will. So, I think one of the important things to think about is to kind of go back up to that 30,000 foot level, looking at this industry. It's easy when you're in this industry to lose a little perspective. And one of the things we need to remember is that we've had this great convergence of technologies happening. Electric, distributed propulsion, autonomy, data networks. But to date, this has been a technology push market. It is the convergence of those technologies that has allowed these aircraft to be developed. But they were not developed out of an express market demand from local communities who said, if you could just get us a vehicle that would be part of our public transportation system that would take to the third dimension, we could solve all kinds of problems. So those of us who have been in this industry for a while, to us, it seems like a no-brainer. But this is exactly why Cami is here, because the local communities don't, they can see some of the challenges. They are not yet clear about those opportunities. And for this industry to work, we really need four things. First of all, we need safety. And I think I don't even need to spend time on that right now. I think we all get that. But secondly, we need broad public benefit. So Carl referenced this. If this is a lot of energy and time and money for flying limos, we're not going to get public acceptance. We need to see broad public acceptance. And that means accessibility, affordability, equity, of impact. It means all kinds of things. But certainly one of the leading ways to gain public acceptance is with these public service use cases. And, Carl mentioned this as well, and I'll say it as well. When, I live on an island. When I hear the Lifeline helicopter fly low over my house on its way to the trauma center in Seattle, I don't think twice about that noise. And, fair enough, aviation noise doesn't really bother me. I rather enjoy it. But to be honest, if that was somebody flying their personal helicopter into the city and buzzing my house, I might be a little irritated. But knowing that that's the Lifeline helicopter getting someone off the island quickly, most people are going to say, thank heavens it's there. I hope I never need to use it, but I know it's there. So picking those really clear benefits helps to show what this technology can do, and it gives local communities an opportunity to understand and see the technology in operation, and to think about other ways that they can use this technology and begin to build that market demand and those use cases that make sense. I'll just say the other two pieces, I said there were 4 things we need to keep in mind. So safety, broad public benefit. The third is limiting adverse impacts. And, we all know that there are going to be adverse impacts with advanced air mobility. So we need to be transparent about them, and we need to limit them. So whether it's noise, whether it's visual pollution, whether it is a draw on limited resources. One of the pieces that we tend not to think about on the aviation side, but that's very critical to these communities, is that they struggle to maintain viable public transportation systems for many of their citizens. If we are either pulling resources, dollars, or pulling passengers off of those systems, it makes it harder and harder for those systems to remain viable without subsidies. So we need to understand how this all fits into a metropolitan or regional transportation system. And that's something aviation has not done before. Aviation has existed as a form of transportation separate from all of those. And that leads me to my 4th point, which is that this form of transportation needs to integrate with those other multimodal systems. So I'll pause there, so give Nate a chance to talk as well. But I think that's really where we need to understand that perspective from the local perspective.
Great, thanks so much for sharing that. And Nate, maybe the same question over to you. As you think about public acceptance, and what role does the military play as we kind of equip warfighters and some of the other functions within the Air Force and beyond with some of this new technology? How do you think about the public impact on that?
Absolutely. So I think one line that is probably been used a few times is when you go to pick your football game and you've got a flyby of a B-2 or one of our fighters, there's not a lot of folks that are that concerned about whether or not that's going to be a safe flyby or not, right? We've spent decades in the safety business and have a pretty structured safety process, and one that, even, to a large degree, I think has been a good communication back and forth between the civil and military sectors. So being able to maintain, high level of discipline in the full spectrum, really, right? From being able to verify design to doing the testing, to doing oversight of manufacturing, making sure that there's good processes through there, to fielding, certainly for those who are conducting the flight operations, but the ground operations and maintenance pieces as well. Having that structure, and us being able to put that structure in early, I think is important. And I again, one of the things that's been exciting about this is just seeing the broad diversity of stakeholders who have been involved in this from the design, because in some cases it's not been strictly traditional aerospace, and so being able to but at the same time a recognition that there's a lot to offer by some of that traditional aerospace, and those who've been in that also recognizing that there's a lot to offer by going and engaging with a lot of technologies that maybe they have not traditionally, just as Anka mentioned, this coalescence of multiple different technologies that our traditional aerospace manufacturers have not. So I think seeing those different stakeholders come together quickly and early with the military, where we can manage operational risk, right, in maybe a little bit more confined ways, to start to get some of those wins, right, for lack of a better term, begin seeing a few of the success stories. There will be failures in this, right? There are going to be accidents, or there's going to be, it's new. So, and to some degree, if there's not, probably we could be moving faster than we are, and to a large degree we should be, right? If there are the public benefits that are being promised, and likely there are, then we do need to be very deliberate about our risk posture. And if we take a risk posture that that's too conservative, then we're going to leave a lot of capability, a lot of public good on the table to be delayed for another day. So I think that proper balance of risk is really the key. And the thing that's really exciting, with this coalescence of new technologies, is you're able to learn so much faster by being able to do a lot of the flying potentially remotely. So you're not putting human life at risk. You're being able to use, we're trying to open up the opportunities for ranges to operate in austere locations where you're minimizing or potentially even zeroizing risk to things on the ground. Obviously, we are conscious of environmental impact of any accident, but overflying prairie dogs and rattlesnakes in our desert ranges is much different than flying over the top of a populated environment. And so, by really bringing together this breadth of stakeholders, I think the speed that we will learn, the speed that we'll be able to bring people at their own pace, and this is where the importance of working with communities, I think, really needs to be driven home. Is there's cases, and we've started seeing this as we put together, the first charging station that we've been involved with in the Springfield Airport in Ohio, some of the early flights that are happening there, folks out in California, down in Texas, and those are the ones that we've been talking about very openly. But behind the scenes, then the number of other major municipalities, cities that have come forward and said, hey, we'd like to investigate an early pilot case in this location where it would be something that's useful to DoD, but it would also be an opportunity to have the community seeing these vehicles flying, being able to see some of them firsthand. Maybe in some cases we're even looking at dual use locations, potentially even dual use fleets, where you might be able to have some community use, public use at the same time as military. And the sooner we can do that in a very controlled, a measured approach to risk, the faster we learn and the faster we start to get, I think, the acclimation to these new technologies for their adoption for the public good cases.
Great. Thanks so much for that. I'm just looking at the time and we only have a few minutes left, but I want to get another question in here, which is really the question about unlocks, right? We talk in the passenger carrying use case world, we talk about, charging stations and airspace structure and, vertiports and whatnot. Are the unlocks that are required to get these public use cases out there the same? Is it pretty much the same thing we need, or are they different? How much does it differ? So maybe Carl, you'll start us off and we'll go to Nate and Jolanta after.
Sure. Well, to do the ConOps that we're talking about, we really don't need much at all in terms of infrastructure. Like I was saying, we could use like a level 2 charging system that you might have in your garage for an electric car. We're doing vertical takeoff and landing operations nominally, even out of airports or existing heliports, that sort of thing. Infrastructure impact is minimal. From a regulatory perspective, we think we're heading to a good position for certification for operations. As I said, we'd be doing Part 91 ops. We're not doing anything crazy. We're not trying to, at least coming right out the gate, we're not trying to do fully autonomous things or anything like that. We're still going to have a pilot who's a paramedic operate the aircraft, right? And that's not that it's impossible to do those other things, but this is how we get the life-saving capability to market fastest, and raising the fewest cautionary and I think that's one of the big advantages of bringing these eVTOLs to these public use markets, is that it can be faster. It doesn't need big infrastructure. It doesn't need new air traffic control. We don't need any of that, right? It just can work. It kind of is fitting in with what we have today. So.
Great, thanks for that. Nate, anything you would add on the question of, what are the big unlocks for these public use cases compared to the passenger transport use case?
Well, I think just trying them, these pilot programs, being able to quickly identify that group of stakeholders that can bring them together. I think after, a few times of actually starting to see this and see the speed to response, the agility that this unlocks the simplicity eventually of the flight controls that allow a broader diversity of folks to actually pilot and operate. The sooner we get to doing those demonstrations, and I think you'll see many of them continue over the course of the next year, bringing together the right community to do those demonstrations, I think starts to really unlock in a serious way.
Great, thank you. And I guess with the minute we have left, Jolanta, for you, the last word here.
Well, I'm going to agree with everything that Carl and Nate said, but I just underscore the importance of demonstrations to the public, to the communities, and even starting off with virtual reality, but then having actual demonstrations is going to make so much of this real and help understand what the opportunities are. And nothing's going to do that like public service use cases. So I think the sooner we can be showing people how these work, the sooner we start moving up and creating that demand for this market.
Great. Well, thank you so much for this little dive into the topic of public use case. I wish we had more time, but we are out. So thank you so much, Carl, Nate, Jolanta, for joining the panel. And I hope it was interesting for our viewers. And with that, I think, Alasdair, back to you.
Thanks so much, Robin. That was fantastic. We're just going to play a very short video, and then we're going to come back. Welcome back to Revolution.Aero. Thanks so much for joining us. It's amazing you're watching the chat. We have people watching now in Hong Kong and India and Chile, the US and Europe, all over the world. So thank you. That was a great video. And we're now delighted to have Yesh Kumar, who's head of global partnerships at Hyundai Urban Air Mobility. Yesh, that is an awesome video. But we're going to talk about infrastructure and ecosystem, not the VTOL you're making. Why? Surely that's all you care about.
Hey, Alistair, thanks for having me. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, great. Okay.
So why infrastructure, not the eVTOL we're making? Good question. The answer is simple. The infrastructure, I think in the last panel, they were going through this topic, right? The aircraft, when you look at the grander scheme of things, is just one part of the larger ecosystem that needs to be created that does not yet exist at the scale that we need for this market. And as such, the development of that ecosystem, which includes the infrastructures, the operations, the MROs, the communities, the regulatory elements, all of that is so much more complex versus the aircraft, because those elements, when we talk about it, right, we have to think about it from a specific market geo, but then look at how does that apply in all the different markets, such that we have scale, we have commercialization. So hence, we chose talking about the much larger picture and the more complex picture as something that may be more valuable than our simple little aircraft.
It's amazing, isn't it? When Yolanda was talking about how metro systems often don't make money and are subsidized, I hadn't even considered that as an issue. It is. it's mind-blowingly complex. We're just talking about the physical infrastructure. Then you've got the airspace infrastructure, and where do you start?
Kind of have to look at it for all perspectives, which is where, again, if you look at our philosophy within Hyundai, we want to be part of the ecosystem. We want to be holistically part of the entire ecosystem. But we know that we alone cannot create the entire ecosystem, which is where do you start? We start by identifying the partners, the people in the industry, within the communities, right, who want to work on those, who want to create this market and are willing to provide not just support and advice, but are willing to put skin in the game and say, okay, let's go figure out how to make this happen. And as such, where do you start? Across the board, find the people, start looking at what are the critical elements. We talked about lots of topics. You mentioned the physical infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, the public acceptance forums. Start looking at who's needed, where are they needed, why are those elements required to make this market happen, and then what is it that is essential without which nothing else can happen, right? So when we talk about the physical infrastructure, it's easy to talk about just the building. That's an easy visualization, right? But what do you need to create that building? The land access, the permitting, the certification of that facility, the bringing together, the incorporation of energy, communications, operators, both at the aircraft level as well as the infrastructure level. So it's fairly complex. So we are looking at all aspects as where can we get a start that will continue to create momentum to keep the momentum going. That is what we have to be looking for, is where can we all start, which we can continue to add value to and continue growing. Because if we're going to create a single point of something in this market, but we do not have the energy nor the ability to continue doing it again and over again, multiple places, it's going to be very hard. So I'd say, where do we start? Where we know that we'll get the most value out of it. And wherever we can't, find the right people to work with, partner, and start moving on those elements.
So the big message you have here is that you don't want to do it all. You want a partnership. You don't want to be, you have no interest in buying land and building vertiports.
I think we do. We do, but it's just I don't think we can do it all on our own, right?
Sorry, you don't do all of them, sorry.
Yeah, we can't do all the vertiports. Love the fact that we're part of Hyundai. Hyundai is a big company, but there is no way Hyundai alone can take on all the vertiports, all the land, and say that we're going to do all of it. There may be certain areas that we say, hey, we want to create a certain aspects of infrastructure in certain cities, and we would like to do one or two, but we need others who are going to work with us to create more of them. Which was somebody was talking to me about, creating a vertiport, and the problem is, a vertiport is not the solution. We need at least two to start, so we can go from point A to point B. I think that's the thing. It's one company can't do all of it. What are we looking at? We are absolutely looking at the vertiports, both the physical, the structure, the construction, as well as the operation of the vertiports. We're looking at the aircraft and its operations. We're looking at the MRO, the logistics of those aircrafts, because those all tie into what Hyundai is as a legacy company. Those are the aspects that we can build off of from what Hyundai can offer, but also create what's uniquely required for this market. And then on top of that, where we're looking at in terms of specific partnerships that we absolutely need are with the cities, the landowners. Whether it's the cities or private entities, the asset owners when it comes to buildings, that we want to work with, the aspects around energy and communication, which we have to partner in any geo with who is there, right? And not just partner with them, we have to bring together, we have to be a part of a partnership that is across the industry between OEMs and other operators like ourselves that are going to work together to say, we need this, in terms of energy, Colonel Diller was saying, right? We need these type of charging infrastructures to be in place. We need this type of a power system or solution to be in place behind those charging infrastructures so the grid can support this. We need 5G, SATCOM, whatever the communication standards are or mediums are, need that. We as an industry have to move on those elements because we individually won't own it. But at the same time, we are carving out areas that we holistically can participate as Hyundai, but then not just participate in a specific geo, but we can take and create those frameworks and apply it into multiple geos, for ourselves in terms of commercialization, but also to help the market commercialize.
So that's interesting, though, isn't it? Because when you so what you want is you want to find one location, presumably, or a handful of locations, and then replicate it. But the trouble is, so each US state is different, has different views on charging. And each city, and you look at Belgium is completely different to France. Or how do you choose where to go in the world?
So we have our own methodology in terms of saying, okay, where does it make sense for us to go, right? And we look at it both from a commercial perspective. We look at it from a perspective that adds value to Hyundai. We look at it from a perspective of how we can bring together multiple different Hyundai capabilities into a single region. But then that's all from our perspective and commercialization perspective. The other aspect is who is interested in doing it, and what are they committing in terms of doing, bringing this market forward within that specific region. And the combination of those two allows us to say, this is a geo we want to focus. For example, we've announced a partnership with LA. There's lots of reasons for it. We are in LA. We have our North American headquarters is located in LA for the Hyundai Motor North America. We will have significant presence around the region. So it just made sense to say, why don't we try and do something in LA? LA is interested. They want to make this market happen. Let's go figure out how to make it work with them. And we would do the similar. We were looking at similarly across the globe in terms of different locations. So the recent announcement was around Seoul. Same reasons. So I think that's how we pick in terms of where we want to be. Not suggesting that is exactly how everyone else is picking. But when we go there, the conversations are around it's around engagement and relationship building with the city. And we talk about what their needs are. How can we be a part of the solution that they need? Who else do we need to bring in to create the solution? Where are there synergies between our approach, alignment in terms of where we want to take things versus the city or the region's approach and their thinking of where they would want to be? And then we start strategizing around, okay, what could the solution space look like with all the different partners or partners needed to create this market in that region?
When you're looking at it, would you rather have a city to yourself, or are you happy if another VTOL manufacturer wants to come?
It won't work. It will not work if only one party had the entire city. First, I don't think cities can actually do that, right? And say that we're exclusively just signing on with just one party. Yeah. It's not in their best interest. The reason why it won't work is the only way this market comes to fruition is if it scales. And it's got to scale, for everyone, right? We've heard things said in the past that there's enough for everyone, the pie is large enough. All that is true. But very simplistically and realistically, when you look at the transportation market, it's almost saying that if a company owned all of city, will it be great? Likely, but I don't think you will. The benefit of this market will not come through. The other reason why is because, again, the level of the number of players there are, we have to look at a city and say the city is great. It's one piece, one element of the large global pie that we want to go after, right? But everything we do right in that city has to work for us everywhere else, because we are also developing the aircraft. There's going to be someone who's going to be investing in infrastructure, solutions, products, and assets, right? For us to be able to say that all of this only works in one city, we automatically contain the market size that we can go after, and our return on investment will never come. And the city will be now completely dependent on just one party and their success. And that really doesn't work well either. So I think in terms of scalability, we have to focus on standardization and interoperability. And you'll only get that if we create that heterogeneous mix from the beginning in every location, to make sure that we're not missing anything when we look at this larger market.
We've got a great question from Charles Porteous. One of the big issues is public acceptance. And his question is, how do you accurately measure public acceptance when awareness of the cost versus benefit to stakeholders is hard to explain or accurately convey at the individual level?
It's very tough. Public acceptance will always be the toughest thing to create a metric around and say, we have 55% approval, so this is probably good. That is not real, right? We all know that. So it'll be very tough. I think the simplest thing, the approach that we're taking is we have to start with education of what is it. I think Yolanda said it well. We have to help them understand what this market is, what are the capabilities that this product, the solutions, and the infrastructure brings, how that integrates into the current transportation ecosystem, how it's going to be available to everyone across the ecosystem, meaning the communities and the people. Understand if then they can define their need and their problems, right, that this solution can solve. And then you start strategizing in terms of like this question on public acceptance is, does the public really see value in this? If they see value, we can start building advocacy, we can start doing more. But we can't get to that point of public acceptance because we have not started on the very fundamentals that's required. We haven't even aligned the largest level of capabilities that air mobility could bring to an urban setting and explore all those avenues to say, does this make sense? For you as a city, as people of the city, if this were to be provided to you as a service. The cost benefit analysis obviously comes with that. You're constantly evaluating needs versus problems, and then you're putting a cost to what would the solution look like and the benefit that the solution would deliver. And then you have to it's almost like it's a reiterative process that never stops till probably some scale of mass commercialization.
And when you're going around talking cities, you're very public. Your brand recognition is probably greater than anyone else in the market because of Hyundai. Are you getting cities approaching you yet?
Sometimes, it's a back and forth. It's always a push and pull. We approach some approach us. And it's always a pleasure and an honor when a city approaches us. But, it's both ways. And I think, I would not want that to stop because that'll make us, the industry participants, the OEMs, complacent to say, oh, they'll come to us. We'll just wait for an RFI and RFP. We'll not do our work to educate them and integrate the cities into the ecosystem. So the work that Colonel Diller, NASA, FAA, EASA, everyone's doing is fantastic to make us more proactive, us meaning the industry. So I'd rather that right now, but it's a combination, Alice. We've not seen it work just one way or the other.
Okay, I've got a great question from Graham Stevenson. The Caribbean islands are desperate for aero mobility. Have they been considered as a development project? Are you willing to go and spend 3 or 4 weeks going around the Caribbean islands looking at this?
We would love to consider. We are always open to consider, talk, and have a conversation, right? Unfortunately, right now, I don't know if we can go anywhere because of the travel restrictions that we still have. But no, we would. I think talking to everyone is important at this stage. We get a perspective. We learn a lot about how they're looking at the market, what can they do, not do. And you never know, mass commercialization aside, it'll be hard to put a demand structure on, in that area. But I think there's a lot of learning to be had by talking to them and probably even doing, like Colonel Diller said, right? The test and evaluation in the early stages is very critical. And I think if they are eager to do it, then I'm sure the industry will be willing to support it, and we should support it.
What's interesting is actually I've had conversations with regulators there who are very keen to be involved, and very professional, very good regulators who are keen. You're not planning to operate your aircraft, are you?
We are. We are considering that as one of the options.
But you're also looking to sell them as well, aren't you?
Correct.
When you do the pilots, do you think you'll be operating them as your own company?
We are not there yet to be able to say that. But both the models are in consideration because both models have value. Near term, long term, they both have values. When you're constantly entering new geos, So nothing's off the table. There are regulatory hurdles for us to handle in terms of how do we approach that. But yeah, it's a consideration.
Okay, here's an impossible question. What's going to be harder for you to manage? Is it going to be the air traffic management infrastructure or charging?
So, oh man, two very complex things. So we are not directly involved in air traffic management. We are working to create a consortium. We're talking to various air traffic management providers to see how we can create a standardized op structure for air traffic management, because it's going to be required. What we do in terms of our comm systems and our digital platforms are going to be very dependent on that. So we know that we are going to be able to, we will want to influence, we would want to provide inputs, but more importantly, drive standardization and interoperability in that realm. But we will not control, nor will we try and dictate the technology or the solution space. That is going to be done by someone else. So about control there, we're not going to try control it. We're going to try more provide guidance, inputs, and learn as we go from that realm. On the charging, it's slightly different. Again, because we're part of this large company called Hyundai, electric and fuel cell solutions is our future, right? It doesn't matter what medium we talk about, including rail. That is where we want to go. So when it comes to charging, I think we are going to be more actively involved, not in the chargers specifically. We don't really care about the chargers because they're going to change from cars to trucks to buses to planes. But I think the overarching, the energy, the power and energy ecosystem is something that we are going to work very closely on to make sure that that is available, because the availability of that is going to determine the scalability of operations, the first mile, last mile connectivity for eVTOLs, but eVTOLs themselves, but everything around it on the ground. So probably more active presence on that realm, because we have more active presence on that realm right now. And definitely not saying that we're not going to be very active on the UTM space. It's just that we are going to be working with a lot of collaborators and partners on that realm, versus on the power and energy side, we may take a more active involvement or engagement.
Okay, that's brilliant. Yes, final date. What's the final question? I know not most people know, but what's the entry into service you're aiming for?
We are targeting a 2028 as the timeline for commercial entry into service, which gives us a lot of time to work through all these things we just spoke about in terms of how do you create this ecosystem, how do we establish the necessary infrastructure elements, the service and support elements, as well as the operational elements that are required on the ecosystem side before the aircraft comes into play. But when it comes to aircraft and the holistic ecosystem, which includes the aircraft, our goal is to have it in commercial operation by 2028.
And where will it be?
We've already announced a few places. We have a partnership with the city of LA. We have announced our partnership with Seoul. A few more to come, but those will all be good targets. We have to keep working. Like you said, who wants to do more, and where all can we do it, and where do we get more partners like ourselves to work with? I think will be the most likely places that we go to. Brilliant.
Yes, thanks so much for joining us. Always great to see you.
You too, Alasdair. Thank you so much for having us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for coming.
Bye.
That was a great session there with Yesh Kumar from Hyundai UAM. And we're now delighted to have a look at certification, something we've been talking about an awful lot. We're going to look at how to use simulation to get this done. Delighted to have James Pura from Hexagon and MSC Software. James, how are you?
Hi, Al. It's good to talk to you again. Thank you.
It's great to have you. You've got a few slides. Do you want to start and then I'll join in?
Yeah, I'd love to. Why don't I spend 10, 15 minutes just kind of talking about what we have to offer the eVTOL industry in terms of certification and why people keep coming to us for this. And then we could just have a chat at the end. How's that sound?
Great, let's do that.
All right, great. Sounds good. Well, thanks everybody that joined. I know that we're at the tail end of day one, and so thanks for everybody that has stuck with us all day long. Today, we're going to cap it off with just a really a short little talk about certification of eVTOL aircraft. This is really the yet another major wave of transportation innovation that we're seeing, but this happens maybe once every decade or two. And I see this urban air mobility and sometimes electric urban air mobility innovation as really akin to when we switched from horses to horseless carriages, right? We didn't even call them automobiles at the time. We called them horseless carriages. And this picture actually came from the Uber Elevate conference in 2017, and I stole the picture from them. I hope they don't mind, but it was a great mindset to really set the stage for how we at Hexagon see this wave of transportation. Now, what's the problem that we're solving here? I know that this has been talked about a lot with a lot of different speakers over the time, but over the day. But really, what we're talking about is doesn't matter what language you speak or what country you live in. Traffic is terrible in the major cities, and not only that, but the world needs cleaner air. So if we get out of the cars and onto UAVs or UAMs going from one side of the city to the other, then we might have something going on here. And why is it the solution? Why is it not just an industry trend or some sort of gimmick or something like that? Why is this here to stay? What we're really talking about is a accumulation of a bunch of different technologies that are really hitting home for a lot of the public here. Sure, you can get from point A to point B quicker, but you're also talking about bettering the planet in terms of less CO2 emissions, improved mobility. You're going over the traffic, which is just wonderful. Greater safety, less cost. All of these things can kind of all accumulate in the eVTOL industry. So the example that I like to talk about is especially when we're talking with our industry customers in the aerospace industry, is something that hits close to home every single time I go to San Francisco or San Jose. There is always a customer on the complete opposite side of the bay that I need to go visit, and the only two ways that I have right now are either I rent a car or I hop in the back of an Uber or I take a train, right? There's three really options, and all three of those options really take at least an hour and a half to 2 hours to go there. God forbid there's a car crash or something like that, right? And it's really something that the VTOL industry I wish was here immediately, because I would use it right off the bat. Now, urban air mobility for civilian use case is only one of 4 major use cases that we're seeing worldwide amongst our customer base at Hexagon here. Sure, we're talking about air taxis, but we're also talking about things like cargo drones, personal AVs, and then also the military aspect, which the military has always played a role in tackling the cutting edge technology and really proving out the concept, and then the commercial industry kind of comes in a little bit later. And so we're seeing a lot of this happening on all 4 prongs of this, and they're all in need of engineering simulation. So we see, just if we were to just look at the commercial air taxi side, a lot of our existing customers that we're very proud to call our customers are in this space and are some of the leaders in this space. And we can see, the thing I like, this is kind of an eye chart, so don't really focus on the numbers here, but really focus on those pictures on the left-hand side. That's my favorite, is because a lot of these companies are starting with completely clean sheet designs. They're brand new fly-by-wire systems, never been tested before. Tilt rotor aircraft, who knows how many rotors are on an aircraft. The Lilium has like, what, 20, 30, 40 different motors on that and blades on that vehicle. It's just really cool to see completely different clean sheet designs. Whereas if you look at a commercial jet airliner these days, it doesn't matter what company, Embraer, Boeing, Airbus, they all kind of look the same, just different sizes, right? So we are really in that cutting edge time of the industry here, where no design is a bad one right now, right? And we're seeing this all over the world. It's not just in English-speaking countries, not just in rich cities. It's all over the world. We're seeing, at least from MSC Software or Hexagon's side, we're seeing lots of companies just springing up in areas that again have difficult traffic situations, difficult infrastructure, and need for cleaner air and quicker transportation options. So what are the challenges? Let's say you are either a startup, or maybe you're an OEM, maybe even somewhere in the middle. Maybe you're a small to medium business, and you are seeing the challenges of developing and certifying a new vehicle. What are those, right? Well, the challenges for eVTOL can be three different ways, three different prongs that we can help with. Sure, what we're known for is really the engineering technical aspect, things like proving safety and certification, reliability, lightweighting, structural, making sure it's quieter, making sure the controls and mechanisms, all that stuff. But engineering is increasingly being used on the commercial side as well as the regulatory side as well. And all three of these are needed. It's an intricate dance between all three of these that are really needed in order to, like your previous speaker said, really to convince the public that this is safe and this is reliable, and nobody's going to die on these things. So from the technical side, what are we looking at here? From the technical side, us at Hexagon and MSC Software, we're really known for this left-hand column, right? This is our oldest business line. MSC Nastran, we helped develop it back in the 60s when we were sending astronauts to the moon. But we have been in so many more facets of the technical engineering realm now, where, and pretty much every single one of these is needed by a new eVTOL team before they certify their vehicle and before they prove to the EASA or the FAA that they actually have a safe vehicle that the public can fly on. So I like this slide because it talks about all of the technical challenges that engineers around the world, no matter what language they're speaking, if they're in the eVTOL industry, there's a really good chance that they're running into at least 2 or 3 of these issues right now, and it's keeping them up at night. And this is just a slide to show that even at Hexagon, even though we're software providers and simulation tool providers, we are keeping a keen eye on all the latest and greatest certification standards that are coming out for this industry, because as soon as they come out, our partners in this industry come straight to us and they say, okay, how do we solve this challenge? And we definitely help them out with that. So now that we understand the pain points from the engineering side of the house, what are the solutions? Right? What's that product that you're hawking, James? Well, it's not just product; it's an industry partnership. Okay, so we are more than just a software vendor. We are an engineering extension to your team. So we have been involved in a lot of aircraft firsts over the past 50 years, and this is just yet another aircraft first that we are very proud to be a part of. So things like commercial jet aircraft, the first time that airplanes went from commercial propellers to commercial jets, everybody was kind of scratching their heads going, okay, how do we do this? Well, before we build an entire airplane and then crash it, let's simulate it using engineering first to make sure that we have a good design. And then once we hit the manufacturing floor, that we have a higher chance of success, right? The first heavy lift twin rotor helicopter, is this thing even going to fly because it has to carry so much cargo? Well, I don't know. Simulate it. Let's find out. And then over on the right, the first time we actually tilt rotor on the V-22, right? How are we even going to tilt a rotor when we have so much cargo sitting in the bay of that thing? Is this thing just going to fall out of the sky? Well, I don't know. Let's simulate it and let's make sure that it works before we go to the manufacturing floor. And the biggest takeaway from here is this bottom sentence here. All of these 3 designs were designed to not just be demonstrators, they were designed to be workhorses, right? They're not show ponies, they're workhorses with a lifespan of decades. Every single part of all 3 of these vehicles is designed to fail at a certain point. And then they have been designed and analyzed so that when it fails, we catch it before it fails and then replace it on the part so that these aircraft last 20, 30 years. Okay. And the same thing can be said for eVTOL industry. This is nothing new. Sure, these designs look new. Sure, the engineering concepts, like multiple rotors and tilt versus fixed rotor, all this kind of stuff. Sure, these are novel designs and new aircraft, but the engineering fundamentals have not changed. And at the end of the day, if you want to find a crack when it's millimeters wide and you want to simulate it so that you know exactly where that crack is going to show up so that you can replace the part first, come to us. We got your back. Okay. Now, we are more than just structural simulation. I mentioned before, like if you want to do a full computational fluid dynamics analysis and you want to figure out whether fixed rotor or tilt rotor is good for you, and you want to simulate both just as a design trade-off study, cool, we got you covered. If you want to see how loud your propellers are actually going to be and your rotors are going to cause whether your passengers are going to need headsets or whether they can just walk in and talk on their cell phone inside of the cabin, we've got a full suite of acoustic solutions for you, right? If you want to see what it's like to manufacture something out of composite versus aluminum, we got your back on that too. Anything involving structural simulation, again, this is our oldest and best technology. We've got your back for that, okay? Now, in terms of the main three needs that everybody that's building a vehicle, whether you're Boeing, Airbus, Bell, or whether you're a small startup, you're dealing with things like powertrain, structural, and whole vehicle analysis. And all three of these are changing with every new design. And you need to be iterative and you need to be quick. And we know what you need and we got your back. So again, this is just a kind of a deeper dive into the powertrain aspect. We've got a lot of different software solutions that talk about, you get a lot of heating, moving parts that cause friction, all that stuff. We can design around that. The aircraft simulation from concept all the way to end of life, we can simulate that and make sure that you know exactly what's going to happen 20, 30 years down the road, and everywhere in between, what happens to your aircraft airframe. Now, in terms of reliability, right? Things like durability cycles and fatigue life cycles, we got your back on that. We can tell you which part on your aircraft is likely to fail first or second or third or fourth, so that, again, you know whether that's going to be, you can design a maintenance schedule around it, right? And this is what our major decade-long customers are using our solutions for today. And we want to make sure that, that eVTOL solution providers today that are building these new aircraft know that we're around to help you guys out with that. Lightweighting, right? For every ounce that you take out of the airframe is another ounce that you can add to your passenger quota, right? And that's important because passengers are equal money in terms of the commercial aspect of this. And we want to make sure that you have the lightest and yet strongest airframe that you can possibly have. And we've got a lot of structural design and lightweighting solutions for you. Acoustics, I mentioned before, the two biggest sources of noise here are your rotors and causing noise, as well as the noise inside the cabin, right? You've got your noise from external, and you want to make sure that things like encroachment or things like local aircraft or airport ordinances are followed. But then also you want to make sure that that someone can hop on one of these eVTOL aircraft and make sure that they can still hear themselves think, right? It's not so loud that they might not have to wear a headset or something like that. We can cover both aspects, both external and interior. Things like tilt rotors and wing flaps, these are things that we've been doing for decades. We got you covered in terms of that. And here's some animations of things that you can do using our software solutions. Now, a lot of this seems very sophisticated, but and then your brain might be going to where, well, is it going to be too expensive? And the answer is no. So you don't have to be a Boeing or an Airbus in order to afford our software solutions. Okay, we got you covered when it comes to that. We've got nice, good pricing situations where you can kind of grow along with the your company and make sure that you're not betting the farm just on software engineering tools as some of the other software providers have done here. Okay, and then really your main takeaway here is that you're coming to an engineering simulation house of Hexagon that all of these household names have relied on us for decades. Okay, so you're designing something new, you don't really know what the industry standard is or what the best in class offering is, come to us, we can help you out. But we also have the ability to customize our solutions directly to your aircraft. You want to leverage maybe some scripting in order to automate some stuff and maybe do some really cool artificial intelligence or Python API type stuff. We got your back, and we've done it before, and we'll do it again. And we would be happy to help this industry do the exact same thing. Okay. So there you go, Al.
James, that was really cool. I particularly like the fact you did the 707. That's remarkable. I've got a question actually from Robin Barton-Jones, who says, when you say you'll act with small companies, would you be able to come to a solution for 1 or 2 simulation engineers?
Absolutely, good question. So we have situations where startups come to us and they say, look, we need to certify this aircraft, and we have one product line, and we need to go to market with this one product line. So we need to be as cost conscious as possible until we get to that stage. Can you help us out? And so, yes, absolutely, we do. We don't charge you the same prices as if you have 20 or 30 engineers, as opposed to if you only have 1 or 2 engineers, because obviously you don't need the same engineering capability, right? But if you're a Boeing or an Embraer or an Airbus or something, and you have teams of engineers at multiple different locations around the world and across the country, obviously you need a different solution than if you're a startup and you're working maybe with 1 or 2 engineers. So definitely contact us, and we'd love to talk to you about that. You're going to be pleasantly surprised with our solutions for you.
And the other issue which come up all throughout today is noise. For community acceptance.
Yeah.
And anyone who's been in a helicopter, I'm guessing you've been a lot, because you've got some pretty cool helicopter clients. Are we going to be able to get to talk to us about noise?
It's a question that I don't think anybody has really answered yet, because we don't really know, right? The question is, like, so if you hop in a helicopter today, the rotors are so big and the cabin is so loud that everybody needs to wear a headset in order to even hear yourself think, right? So the question is whether you can actually get the rotor so small that you can hop in and the passengers don't have to wear headsets. Question mark. Not sure if anybody has actually solved that problem yet, but you can simulate it. You can definitely insert clean sheet acoustic models, and we will tell you exactly what that decibel level is going to be. Now, the other thing to worry about, and this is me personally, is if I'm walking down the street in New York City and these things are flying overhead, is it going to be so annoying to have these things flying overhead that I can't actually have a conversation with someone walking down the street? That's another issue that we can simulate, and we can tackle that. Now, it's a completely different engineering tool set, and well, it's the same software tool set, but it's a completely different engineering problem that you would need to solve. And so we've got lots of customers around the world trying to tackle this challenge. Some of the smartest people in the world trying to tackle this. We'll see whether someone comes up with the answer.
You've got some nice comments here. Robin Bransell saying, James, I like your view that design is for workhorses and not show ponies. And Bill Johnson's asking, have you embraced a digital twin mindset? Digital twin
is yes and no. So it depends on who it is and what your definition of digital twin is, right? So that buzzword means different things to different people. But at the end of the day, yes, right? I'm not going to give you some lawyer speak and say yes and no and maybe or this and that and the other thing. At the end of the day, you've got something that you're going to manufacture, and you want the exact same digital copy of it so that you can simulate it and know exactly what it's happening. And in a way, that has been happening, not real time, but that has been happening for like the last couple of decades, right? The reason why a 737 is so safe, or an Airbus A320 right now is so safe, is because every single part of that aircraft has been simulated. And we want to do the exact same thing for eVTOL. So as deep as you want to go, yes, we can do digital twin, and we can copy as manufactured and not just as designed.
And I guess that the final question is, we spent most of today, or not most of it, but I think at these conferences we always get very focused on certification and getting the aircrafts allowed to fly. What about simulation, manufacturing, and 3D printing and things like that?
Simulating as manufactured and simulating as 3D printed manufacturing is an incredibly important and critical piece to all of this, right? Because you can design the utmost perfect design. And if you don't go out to the machine shop and have it exactly made as just per specification, you're hosed, right? It's not going to work. And maybe it's out of spec, maybe it's not, it's made out of the wrong material, maybe even if it's made out of the right material, but it's made incorrectly as the step-by-step. And so manufacturing simulation is incredibly important. Now, I kind of glossed over that here, but we've got an entire suite of software that focuses specifically on as manufactured. And you took 3D printing now. And 3D printing is a great example, right? If you 3D print something that is long and skinny, well, you have to start printing down here. And by the time you're printing up here, it's molten metal. Let's say you're 3D printing out of metal. That's the assumption that I made. It's molten metal that's really hot up here, but by the time you get down here, it's already cooled off. And so what does that mean in terms of thermal characteristics? It probably means by the time the whole part cools off, your part is no longer like this. It's probably bent like this, right? Because thermal deformation. And that part's not going to work. So you can actually simulate it now. It's kind of voodoo science because that's not the part of the company that I'm a part of. But you can actually 3D simulate it so that you can 3D print it this way, so that as thermal deformation happens, it happens perfectly in specification, and you're first time right. It's really kind of cool. I've seen it happen in front of my eyes, and I still don't believe it. So it's pretty cool.
That's awesome, James. Thanks so much. It's really mind blowing what you can do. But thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thanks a bunch. At the end of the day, we want to help this industry succeed. So contact me. We'd love to help.
Great. And we look forward to seeing the logos on your slide next year for all the new ones. Thanks very much, James.
See you later.
Thanks very much. We are now officially 1/3 of the way through Revolution.Aero. Thanks so much to Sol1, Aerotech, Hyundai, Pillsbury, Wheels Up, BAE Systems, MSC Software, Hexagon, Shackelford, Whyte and Case, and Whisk. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Please stay safe. And if you'd like to join the networking, it's now sponsored by Hyundai. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow.